mean, Fortress Search is just like
4 tax.
fucking dreadful, but bro, 4 tax is gonna be 4 tax is better than four Vels or Vazes. So
I'm not even against it at this point, honestly. Just fuck around and find out.
Has the Vel had a nerf? Because it feels like it probably hasn't, but like it is just disgusting how often I'm spat on by every other weapon, and I don't feel like I miss a shot.
bro, it says I have a free thing in the store. There's no free thing in the store. Now I'm fucking double checked.
Lucky. I had one.
Clickbaiting me. Where the fuck is it?
Steam, do you want to
Oh, well.
Oh, we got an update, that's why.
That's an eventful session.
At least you want a expo control.
Yeah. Our control still remains goated. Like, I don't even know. I'd be on a streak now with controls. No, but we've won now. What? 6. We're 6-1 in our last 7 now, so that's not bad. And the 1-1 we lost, we got 3-0'd. So, make of that what you will.
Right, yeah, I'm calling it there. Adios.
So they're free separation. Fucking do that.
Joe went from the highest highs to the lowest lows there. Fresh off a Fall Guys dubski.
Yeah.
Maybe that's the bad way to do it, because you just come from you can't top it.
It's true. That Fortress just sucked, bro. It's actually awful. I just stunned the whole game and they were just hounding me constantly.
They were just good. We made it. We made good work of it. They were good, and then I mean they were just the fucking Fortress Search dudes were just fucking grinders. So I mean,
Yeah.
they clearly just been playing like all day. They were on 7 streaks and stuff. It's just like, oh, fuck off, mate. They wanted more.
Get a job.
Fucking suck.
They did sound like intelligent individuals.
They were absolutely rattled, bro. I wanted to be on.
Yeah. I don't know why Cheesemore suggested just parking at his and walking to yours. I don't know what the point of that was, because then when we get back from London, we're going to have to then walk all the way back to Foos just to get my car and not yours, which is 2 seconds away. But
Yeah,
I'm not sure what was going through my man's mind when he said that. Yeah, it's going to be way easier just to pick him up and go to yours, so we'll just do that. And
no, mate, you're going to Matt's. Let me fucking into.
All right, Jay.
That's where just the memes stem from. Like, oh yeah, we'll park in London, walk, get the train back, walk to Matt's, pick up Matt, and then get the train back. It's like, why would we park at why would I park up at Matt's and then walk?
Gotta do that.
How long a walk would you anticipate it being from Matt's? Obviously, it's not like millions of miles away, but it's just a bit of like
You
a.
can like get on from Bedhampton. It'd be like unreal. It'd be literally like.
Oh, true. Yeah, that's true.
Well, obviously not every train goes through Bedhampton.
That'd be
because it's not a
peng.
major
Yeah.
station. So it's like.
All right, Rook.
I mean,
Next
rather than like
stop,
from
New
mine, it's pretty consistent, like a
Atlantis.
9-minute walk, I think.
Your
It'd probably be like
connection
over
is
double that.
Juan Dayu. She's
But it
got
wouldn't be
most of the
outrageous. It
premium
wouldn't be like
UC
40
smuggling
minutes.
routes
It would
locked
be
down
like a
tight.
25
If you don't piss her off,
9-minute
she
walk.
should be able to sneak you past SY 920 secure.
Just remember to count your fingers. She would be wise to do the same.
Right. Who saw the vision of a better
I sure
plan?
hope so. Once Juan gets, according to the data we have,
Basically,
you'd better. For your... Oh. SY 920 is a UC. If you intend to turn the place into a shooting gallery, you might. Perfect.
It's actually kind of sick. They have quite a few
Hey.
movies on like Channel 4 and iPlayer.
okay.
iPlayer obviously wouldn't get
you'll
ads, so it's
make
even
sure.
sicker on there. But
More like,
Privileges of
like,
rank,
it's
my
actually quite a good
darling.
selection.
And you,
I've actually not looked
get the
at
hell
iPlayer
out of here
for anything
and
in so
don't.
long.
Good
It's always
luck.
popular on it, but since then.
yeah.
I mean, we can figure out Munch literally on the train, Kobe. I'm thinking like we got bare time to figure out because essentially, I mean, I don't know if you also have like thought through the plan that much, but essentially it's just going to be like get there. We're going to get there like a good like I think we're going to have about an hour maybe. When is the train pulling again? It's like. Yeah, 20 past 12, so we've still got like an hour and 40 before we actually need to go to the BFI, and then... So obviously we'll get some munch fresh off the train, and then we'll come out at like 5-ish, because obviously it's 3 hours from 2, and then... Yeah, obviously we won't want to then just hop straight back on the train, and it'll be peak rush hour, so we'll be able to get some more munch.
Yeah, go
So
get
it'll just
dinner.
be munch, cinema,
Munch.
munch.
Home time.
Yeah. Home time. Yeah, I was gonna say it could be chill. And then yeah,
So I'm actually really excited to watch it again.
yeah, me too.
I fucking loved it for the first time.
We'll have to see, cause bro, this, I mean, because that's what whenever like because like some interviewers kept banging on about like, oh, why should some viewers see Oppenheimer in 70mm film if they can, and then their like default answer, which is pretty like wank, they never gave that insightful a reason, but it was like you should see it on as big a film as possible, like a bigger film, bigger screen as possible, and it's how Christopher Nolan intended it to look, so that's how you should view it.
Yeah.
But we'll have to actually see whether it, I mean, the screen does look humongous from, at least compared to how the seats are.
The layout, it looks insane.
Yeah. Yeah, and we are hella far back. We're in the fucking VIP shit, so should have pretty good seats.
We will get the
Yeah,
job done without
we'll have to see
sacrificing
because I've never even been. It should just be quite sick, just being in like a London cinema. I've never been to the cinema in anywhere else but Portsmouth.
Make sure you're prepared for the
So-
long haul. Once
I
you're on
went
board
to the
SY
City World at
920,
the O2.
you can't come and go as you please.
Yeesh. What'd you see?
We'll talk more on the ship.
One of the diehards.
That's
Because I remember
a
that
Christmas
everyone's-
movie.
Ah, it's my favourite Christmas. Shut up, Dad.
Shut up.
Every 45-year-old man ever. Oh, I love diehards. Pull out. Look, yeah, enough of this Christmas spirit like Die Hard. Shut up.
Nice, man. So you're there on Christmas Day, right?
Yeah. And I was watching the Christmas movie known as Die Hard.
Yeah.
came out, it was like some Girls Aloud reunion or something like that. And then my mum and sister wanted to see that, but my dad was like, oh fuck that, the bloody Girls Aloud. So we tried to watch Die Hard.
Nice, mate.
You know, as the story goes, if you don't want to watch Girls Aloud, watch Die Hard.
Yeah, nice. I mean, we can still do that.
So if Chloe ever tries to drag you to a Girls Aloud concert, mate, just tell her you're going to watch fucking Die Hard.
Let's just shut the fuck up and watch Die Hard.
Exactly, mate. You're understanding now. You're speaking my kind of language.
Yeah. Okay. I'm starting to learn a little bit. Oh, we still have to do your Steam profile at some point, Cobb. That'll be a good mate.
Yeah,
There's plenty of humorous Steam content on the market.
Do you have to like pay for like any form of premium Steam? Just Steam
Nah, what do you mean?
to customize that shit.
Well, you already have, because any game you buy, you get Steam points.
Oh yeah.
So you'll have like a hefty bank of Steam
I got a
points if you don't
shitload
spend any.
from Starfield. It was 70 quid.
I was gonna say, yeah, bro, you're gonna have like a bank, so you can get to pick whatever, really.
Yeah. So I wanna.
Xbox got a masterpiece.
Fucking sick, but I can't.
Where was that?
I want to like do my Discord one, but obviously I have to pay for Nitro, which is fine because I will pay for it at some point. But like, it's just not worth it right now. So I justify whatever it is for it like yearly to customize my profile. Like, it's just not really worth that for me.
Yeah. To be fair, outside of that now as well, there's not really much else because, yeah, I mean, I don't even stream to Discord really anymore. I do it on YouTube, so
Yeah, literally.
it's not really much.
It's not a
I
massive
don't mind
percentage.
paying for it 'cause it is good, and I use it every single day. So
Yeah.
if you work out the daily cost.
It's not too bad because I just did like in the past month cancel my Xbox and my PlayStation before they come out like in the next 3 months.
Hello.
Yeah.
Like 100
few things to
however
note.
much down the
When we
pisser,
get to the
which
checkpoint,
I accidentally did
UC
the last
military
year.
will be hailing us. Let me do the talking. Return your...
So yeah, which wasn't so bad because I was playing FIFA on PlayStation for the first half of this year.
Of course, I don't expect it to be.
The less talking all of us have.
You'll get
Wait a
no
second,
argument
Cop.
from me.
It wasn't
Now,
a
like I
complete
said
waste because I
before,
played FIFA for the
once we
first
take
half of
off,
this
there's
year.
no turning back
Yeah.
until
PS
this
Plus
job
for
is
that,
done.
but
Damn, yeah, that was
You
this
need to be
year.
careful
That's nuts.
before we
Feels like
leave.
ages ago.
No, for real.
If you want to ask me any other questions,
So my Xbox Live,
Alright,
like I paid
then get
for,
comfortable.
bearing in mind both my
We leave
360 and
for
my One were under my
SY920
bed, and I was like, oh fuck.
Hey, I am grateful. I have never been one to shout.
Because yeah, on PlayStation raising their prices or some shit.
Yeah, I got an
heard
email
that.
about it, or I think they are. I got an email like saying similar, and then that was what reminded me to like that I had to cancel it, and I was like, oh yeah, they sent that really recently.
Yeah.
All systems go.
Come back to me soon, dearest.
What are you gaming at the minute, Jock? Not right now, but if Jock said, if he's brushing his teeth. Jock.
graph jump to SY920 from here.
Jock.
By your personal ship, the fleet will make sure it's
I was gonna get a haircut today,
You can
but
take this time to
I
prepare.
just fell back to sleep.
Oh.
Try not to bother my
Oh.
pilot while they're flying.
Don't worry, Captain. I've spent half my life walking and chewing gum at the same time. I can handle
I
it.
got that long AF trim because I've just left it for the second half
Sounds
of
like
so
you're
much
putting in a
because
request
I've
for
really done a whole
double
lot to warrant getting a haircut. I'm
Captain,
like,
I
oh shit.
retract
Yeah.
my earlier statement. For the record, I don't even like gum.
Noted. Just get us there
Trim
safe.
up.
Roger
Pardon.
that.
Gonna recover the Matt lockdown trim.
That is peak male haircut.
I just remember putting on my story the first time we went out, and then Bert being like, Jesus fucking Christ.
You've entered secure UC military space. Identify yourself or you will be considered hostile.
This is Captain Juan Daiyu, cargo class ship ID UC 7938, requesting permission to dock.
Identity confirmed. Prepare your ship for scanning.
I'm up to like
You're clear to
55
dock in
hours now
Dock
on
Bay 2.
Starfield already.
Damn.
Looks like we're clear.
Hobie is a hustling.
One more to dock.
Which is quite a long time.
That's a little bit of fun. So we'll look at Cobb's Steam profile. Damn, yeah.
You need something, dearest? If there's anything you need, I am happy to share.
It's probably the first game 100% on Steam, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
Just because, I mean, I 100%ed Vice City recently, and I'm like the bulk of the way through San Andreas. We're on the fucking Rockstar launcher.
Uh-huh.
Which is just a ball ache, because
I will be here for you.
Get my
as
fucking
always.
Steam profile. Oh wow, what a flex. 100% of the game
Okay,
on
we're
a
in.
platform that
First
no one's
things
ever going to
first.
fucking look at.
The station is in North. To get past them, you'll need a military uniform.
At least you can
And
say you have,
There
mate. Like,
should be a way
Yes,
to the
but
vents.
put that in your
You
Steam
can get to
bio.
them via the
Put that in my,
maintenance door
my
downstairs. There's an
CV.
intercom there as well, where we can
yeah,
make
exactly.
contact. Once you get a uniform, it should be. But if at
Have you seen much of Baldur's Gate?
fun.
Like 10
but if you
seconds.
do get, either way, for now, get on.
That's it.
Yes.
Because
Oh wait, did you not hear that? Wait, I was like leant back in my chair and I didn't think it was picking up.
You said like
Or was it?
you've only seen like 10 seconds.
Oh, there you go. Okay, okay. I was gonna say I thought it wasn't picking up.
You just gave like an answer. Did you hear that? I was like, what? I was like, "Look, mate, don't worry, you were loud enough. No,
You heard.
Yeah, you better fucking respond to me. So yeah, like I've heard like pretty decent things about it, but I actually don't know what the fuck it's about or
Yes,
anything
what?
to do with it at all.
Pardon.
But I'll probably,
Yeah,
if it
no,
is,
I
I'd
don't-
play it off the Starfield. But
I mean, it has got I don't know if you've seen the response it got, but it was really well praised. Like,
really,
yeah. Like to the point where other game devs were whinging, saying you can't hold us to that standard because like X, Y, and Z. Like, they just pushed some boundaries with that shit. So apparently it's really good, but I've never even played really a game like it, so I probably won't be able to appreciate like the strides it's taken. But
yeah.
it does sound good.
Like,
And I would be down to play it with Fu, yeah. No, I have no idea. Like, it doesn't. Yeah.
No, don't put it down. Yeah. To be fair, I don't know like how much I'm gonna play Starfield, but I'm guessing quite a lot. Like, it's only been out for like a week, but I just don't see me not playing this for at least a good while. Like, I've still quite a lot of like quests and side quests to do in the game, and even after that, I'm pushing it play like New Game Plus and shit.
Yeah, so we can play it down the line with like. I mean, I don't know why Fu sounded randomly urgent today, but I don't know. Because he made it sound like he's been like waiting for ages because he had it installed and like nobody to play with. But
What Baldur's Gate?
I mean, yeah. But I mean, we can play it. I'm sure we'll play it with him down the line.
Oh yeah, for sure.
So I imagine Jock might cop something like that because it's just a good mainstream multiplayer game. So
Yeah.
why the hell not?
I don't even know if it's multiplayer. I literally like know nothing about it. I just know that like it made a splash when it came out.
Yeah. There is another COD sale. I don't know if you're looking to cop any CODs, but
It would probably just be like video 3 in the season pass, but
oh yeah. It's a good shout. It's a good shout.
yeah,
And the Vault Edition, hell yeah.
Oh
Bro, I got cripplingly little sleep last night, so I'm gonna go.
yeah, that's fair enough. I definitely need to get to bed earlier tonight because I wasn't just falling asleep. It would be a massive
Yeah. I was gonna say we genuinely can get some like caffeine and stuff going to.
Oh, bro, I'm gonna
It is a long film.
slurp a Red Bull beforehand.
Yeah, or you might even want to like take one for like halfway because that's probably a.
Yeah. 'Cause it's
Could be a
not
better
the most,
strap.
like, energetic of films either.
Mm.
But the film's sick, but like, it's not like you're watching fucking like a World War II film.
Yeah, or Fast and Furious.
Yeah, true. You know, if it was Fast and Furious, I'd be on the edge of my seat.
Yeah.
In fact, why
Yeah.
are we even going to watch this? Let's just go watch Fast and Furious, Rambo's.
I've been lying to you this whole time. It's literally Fast and Furious 7.
Well, if anything, I'm just more pleased now. Only number 7 though.
Yeah.
Any reason in particular watching number 7, or did you feel like watching that one?
It's just the best one because it has "See You Again" and the emotional scene at the end.
Honestly, made you speaking facts right now.
Yeah, it's the only one I've really seen So that also plays a part.
Yeah, I see.
I've not seen any of the actual good ones like the earlier ones.
What do you mean? I've seen any of the good ones? You've seen number 7, mate.
All right. Besides that, I thought that was obvious.
Yeah, good. Don't you dare tarnish the legacy of number 7.
And it's Ronaldo's number, mate. So
Oi,
sweet.
oi, oi.
Yeah. Oh, yes. But that's not actually in the film, is it? Or is not? Not. I know it's not in. It's not actually.
I don't think
No,
so.
that's in 7, is it?
No, the like footage it's put with is number 5.
Ah.
It's showing us at the start. of
Is it in 5?
I don't know. I don't think so,
Oh, okay.
but it might be. 5 is set in like Brazil. It's set in like Rio, so it's that kind of like Spanish. I don't know. Just Spanish sound.
Yeah. Well, it says a remake of the song is also featured in a 2011 movie Fast 5 as an ending song.
Oh, it might then.
So I guess it is just played at the end.
About on his car. Oi, oi, oi.
No, it's good. Oh, that might have to be my Discord intro actually. It's a good shout. Oi, oi,
Just
oi.
sort the fuck out of oi, oi, oi.
Yeah.
Bro, fucking Mike has been absolutely treating the uni group chat recently.
Has he been blessing it?
He just sent a photo of his bread and then put, I made bread.
Nice, mate.
Cheers, Mike, thanks for letting us know, pal.
Off-season Mike chowing some bread.
So he keeps trying to get all the boys to go out, and everyone's just been a bit like, oh, maybe. But we're all kind of in agreement that we can't be fucked to go out, and we'll just see if when uni starts again. We're usually pushing for it. Someone's been like, yeah, maybe. And he's not getting the fucking hint.
That's Mike.
I'm like, mate, it's very kind of you, but I don't want to fucking see you dons. I'll see you in
Well,
a week and a half.
He misses 100% of the shots he doesn't take, so
That is true.
he's out here
The
hustling.
Mike, what the fuck is his last name? Shire. Neither Mike Shire. Confidence. What else gets less of it? So it's a Mike trait. So when do you start back up the unit?
Gotta be the week after next, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. It might even be like some induction shit next week.
Yeah, I'm meant to go in Thursday next week, but I might just fuck it off.
Yeah, induction shit is usually pretty, missable.
State your business.
Yeah, it's come on quick.
Logging ensign level clearance.
Alright, yeah, I'm gonna dip.
Alright,
Of course.
Ugh.
Then you're both good to go.
No, look up. So I guess I'll probably pick up food for like 10, like 20-ish, something like that. 10:30, and then we can get to yours, walk over. Yep.
Yeah, that'll work better.
Dave. Alright.
I'll catch you tomorrow.
Yeah. I'll catch tomorrow, can't wait.
Josh said if you can hear me, mate, I'll catch you tomorrow as well.
Nathan Jock with Panzer Kaduro. Alright. Yeah, see you fellas.
Ciao, ciao. I like the maelstrom. Storm. No, it's Strom.
Always a satisfying moment to return to your ship.
This is Captain Juan Dayu. I don't know what you do without me. But let's we found a uniform. Be sure to put it on. Don't know what you're after, but I'm guessing there'll be another this far down. Might need a clearance code. We are of the same mind. This station has a lot of old arteries. Look for a maintenance going down for now.
Not yet. It's the security station, then head on over to the archives. Need your clearance code, Marine.
say. You might want to track down your commanding officer and have him clarify your post. Maybe they'll draw you a map.
Sure you have clearance?
How are the tests for the comms pipe going?
Dr. Vogel has put in a request for more. There was an accident.
Something happened.
Not to change the subject, but are you concerned about the potential loss?
No. But you can provide more substantial
succeed at that before we are discovered.
Dayu here. Goggles almost unloaded. Sorry, but the situation, that being said, I can stay in orbit for a short while. But it looks like you'll need... That doesn't mean you're trapped. On a station this big, as a member of the Crimson Fleet, you've made it this far without engaging in combat. I trust you'll have no issues moving further. It was an honor to work with a true professional. Good luck. If you make it out alive, next time...
Yes, but... I've heard the team... I've flown it. So,
The engineers and scientists here have a bit of a run.
Well, I can tell, but then I don't. Really? Couldn't you just trust me? No? Right off the airlock we go. But I try my best not to enjoy it.
Can you talk to the commander? Get me reinstated? The Tsar's doing you a favor, Marcine. Do you prefer to court-martial? Dishonorable discharge? Because all of that was on the table. I would have preferred things to remain as they were, so I made a mistake. But my work on the Comspike was and is irrelevant. Dr. Vogel will do just fine with that. Besides, we both know the only reason you were on that project was to bloat the budget so we could embezzle the creds. I would have preferred things to remain as they were, so I made a mistake. But my work on the Comspike was and is irrelevant. Dr. Vogel will do just fine without you. Besides, we both know the only reason you were on that project was to bloat the budget so we could embezzle the creds. And to that end, your share of the funds should be... I would have preferred things to remain as they were, so I made a mistake. But my work on the Comspike was and is irrelevant. Dr. Vogel will do just fine without you. Besides, we both know the only reason you were on that project was to bloat the budget so we could embezzle the creds.
But we won't tell Commander
And to
Natar.
that end, your share of the funds should be transferred to your
Why
Galvanic
are you in
account.
here? Did we not
What
see
am
the
I supposed
sign?
to even say to that? Those funds are the reason I don't have a job. You can start by saying thank you. Hell, I even warned you not to poke the bear. Commander Natar being the Earthside Predator in this analogy.
Don't you mean
Aaron
access
was
to the
right.
ship?
I
Because the
should have
Comspike
never
isn't a
invented.
device, it's a module.
Yeah.
It's attached to
you
a
screwed
prototype
up.
in one of our
Royally.
docking ports. We're
But
still in the testing phase, running decryptions across a
protect Dr.
variety
Gall
of signal
and
types.
all the king's
But the results so
subjects.
far have been very promising.
Shut.
It can even
Now on.
interpolate signal data
Yeah.
lost in
Hey,
the retrieval.
You want my
It
advice?
really is
Find
a
some
wondrous
planet at the
technology.
edge of the galaxy where you can relax for a bit. Lean back. Really dig your feet in the sand. Just
Yes,
keep
it's
your
not
mind
quite
off all
cracking the Enigma code, but
stop
it
with
will
the sad
give us a
puppy dog face,
significant
too.
tactical advantage.
Makes you look
We'll
guilty.
be able to
And
infer
what kind
everything
of face
from
am I supposed to
plans
have?
to meal consumption.
Face of someone
Not that we
got
care
away
about
with it.
that sort of thing. Outside of the effects of diet on combat readiness. And yes, there are certain kinks to be worked out, missing parts and the occasional traumatic injury here and there, but it's all part of the adventure. Oh, it's ready. And now, the kind unafraid to make the necessary sacrifices. In short, I've requested a full squadron of these brave. They'll give the prototype a final run, and provided there are minimal casualties, we can present our findings to Mast. Splendid. Normally my requests aren't given. I see. You're right. We do need... All right, you've convinced me. You're the new test pilot. You'll need a uniform and a terminal password to authorize a flight and get past Natar's The uniform you can get in the locker room. You'll find the prototype ship at Docking Bay 8. Use the password to access the flight terminal. And of course, best of luck. You are doing science a great service.
duty pilot? Another test flight, huh?
Well, I haven't seen him.
What I heard, they could be wearing green outfits to stop anyone you don't know.
With the change in leadership, security's been beefed up. Even the checkpoints have checkpoints.
Area's still secure. I've heard the engineers say Dr. Vogel's an AI. I guess that's their way of saying he's smart. Or boring.
How quickly can you get that done?
Prototype ship, you are cleared for takeoff. We'll begin the test on your departure.
Recording test flight data. Please adhere to the scheduled flight plan and let us know if you have any issues.
I've got something with your name on it, boss.
the ready while we are here.
Well, well, well. Welcome back, Rook.
You looking to start something? 'Cause I'll Yeah. I always thought eating was
Need something? I've got bellies in every system.
Certainly. Let's talk about something. Nice to know Neva was right about you. It's good to have a promising rookie with the fleet. I won't deny I helped. Anyway, I believe I... Because if Delgado's right about Crix's legacy, you've earned more... Sounds like you're on board. I have to admit, the way things are...
Whether Crix's legacy is real...
Anyway, I've kept you long enough. Now that you've had your drink, and my debt is paid...
Need a drink? Bog at the Las Nova will be more than happy.
Shine light beyond your horizons and let the inner sun rise. Climax.
If you got any spare credit.
Jasmine tells me that you not only brought us the Comspike, but an entire prototype UC ship. I'm impressed, Rook. Very impressed.
Yeah, nice try, Rook. We know you didn't have a choice. Juan gave us the full rundown of your little smash and grab operation. She gave you some really high praise. Said you were a pro.
And from what I hear, receiving praise from Juan Dayu is quite an accomplishment. Now, on to the business at hand. Jasmine, are you there?
Yep, I'm here, boss. What's up?
How's it going?
I already have two of my crew tearing the ship apart from one end to the other. Comspike shouldn't be too tough to extract. I'm looking forward to seeing what those UC techs have been up to.
Keep me posted. All right. That leaves our electromagnetic atmosphere problem. And I think there's a corporation in the city of Neon called Jennerdan. They're responsible for get our hands on their electrical absorption tech. And perfect. That means you know how to handle the locals on Neon. Now, why don't you give us...
You get to meet up with the love. She's had her deft little fingers on the pulse of...
Estelle is one of the most reliable... If I want something done, there's none of the typical... No. There is no getting along here. You are going to do... She is valuable to the fleet. You piss her off and we lose her.
We have dealt with more than a few of your captains. This one should be no problem.
You did right by one. But she's almost as green as you two.
Estelle will be waiting. I'd say don't keep her waiting.
And keep your eyes on the prize. We are one step away.
I have something for you when
Welcome
you've got a
to
sec.
space. Maintain your current course while we scan your ship's cargo. Scan complete. You're cleared to land.
It's tough not seeing it in action, but there's been rumors of soldiers smuggling personal items.
It seems you had quite the eventful mission on your hands. You still have the Crimson Fleet's trust, and you were able to spare lives in the process. And on behalf of the United Colonies and Commander Natara, thank you.
Injuring or killing UC personnel would only cause more problems for us in the long run.
Excuse me, sir. I hate to interrupt, but...
Yes, of course, Lieutenant. Time is short, and we should get to the matter at hand. Please give me your report. Then it's just a matter of time. So what does Delgado have you doing next? The conduction grid?
That's brilliant. But is it actually possible? It's 80-year-old tech. Sorry, sir. The conduction grid is how Neon generates its power. It essentially absorbs lightning strikes and converts it to usable energy. It would take a hell of an engineer to modify the technology to handle Bannock 4's EM field. An engineer, like Jasmine Durand.
If that's the case, inform our contacts on Neon that our operative will be touching down there in the near future.
Absolutely, sir.
And before you depart, I wanted you to know that your efforts are helping us gain interest among my superiors. They're finally beginning to believe that we can take down the Crimson Fleet and make amends for the UC's embarrassing mistake. It's long overdue. All right. I suppose that's all for now. I'll be looking forward.
There's been rumors of soldiers smuggling.
It's tough not seeing any.
You looking to get zoned? Yeah, you know, dusty. If you weren't here to buy some not trying to score some of it, that means you're the rook that Delgado. Turn around, fly back to the key and tell the big boss that I'm in no mood to screw around. We'll make this deal when he starts taking me seriously. Are you serious? You're just gonna I spent the last 3 months setting up this job, burned the whole time. I'm also keeping Bayou off our backs. That idiot even catches him.
He has certainly earned quite a reputation. Neon is proof of it.
All right. I don't have a ton of time to stand here and screw. You want the conduction grid tech, then you're love the confidence. But before you pull the ripcord, while you're inside Generdyne, I need you to... It's a simple side job that'll earn you some... That's because you're planning it for me as a favor. Generdyne has all sorts of tasty, valuable snacks in their databanks, and I want access. Here, take this microdrive and access the computer in Brayson Bayou's office. It might be wired. Generdyne's got their place locked. I recommend you start with Ayumi Komi. Ryujin Clug doesn't mean shit at Generdyne. So you're gonna have to deal with Komiko and... Anyway, you can find Komiko. As for dealing with Komiko herself, the rest is up to you, Rook. Watch your step. Benjamin Bayou has eyes everywhere.
Cause any trouble? And I'll drag.
Speak with me only if you have what it takes.
I'd be making a fortune if you'd let us fish for chasm pins.
Make memories with Get Your Guide. Unforgettable travel experiences.
But it did feel weird to be like, pay money to see this.
Oh, dude, yeah. Even if you just whisper, take me out. I'm sure you can't get a suppository in it after that. I bet it's a little tight, buddy. Damn.
But they had weird shit. Like they used to do also carny stuff, the Meadowlands. So it's like, so what you're saying is like pay $1 and go behind this thing and see the Wolfman or the world's smallest horse.
I met the world's smallest horse, Tom Thumb, a couple years back. Might be able to pull that up on my Instagram. Maybe somebody can and send you the link. It's at the bottom somewhere.
Where'd you meet him?
He was touring in I guess out here somewhere, California, Riverside.
Thumb he has a surname?
Tom Thumb, yeah. So I guess he does, yeah.
What?
I don't know.
Was he a great horse?
Important.
How was he?
I mean, bro.
I'm really busy right now.
He was.
Let me save you some time.
He was.
If you're here for a job, we're not hiring.
Wow.
If you're here about the conduction grid tour, we shut it down.
Is that him right there?
No, that looks like a pig and fucking. And they kind of.
Well, like I said,
glued some hair on his body, huh? That's what pig.
Sorry, I'm afraid.
Thumbelina, horse.
Wow.
Also a thumb name.
I don't care if I'm allowed to or not.
A sister of her then.
The conduction grid went online.
Well, they had the world's
At this point, the money we're taking in as a power utility barely
really
covers the waste that's going on in the research and development division.
And it was kind of wild. And I went behind the thing,
You'd think that.
and behind
the problem
that,
is that Grayson
was
Bayou,
the sign on
Administrator
it, like,
Bayou's brother.
And I don't know how I feel about the whole thing.
Yeah.
I guess she's making money, right?
Look,
she might maybe can't get a traditional job.
No,
right.
So
I have
guess
a full
maybe she
report
found a
on
niche.
Grayson
Maybe she has a family
What do you
in
think
the
I should
carnival world. Like now, she travels with people. It's social, and she's getting paid hopefully well.
You're absolutely
But
right.
it did feel weird to be like, pay money to see this.
If there's anything else,
because the air around it is that it was like a freak show.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
Well,
it's kind of the original OnlyFans. It feels like.
Yeah,
in a way.
You're right. That's just the like literal like mono only like the.
I wish I could.
The lo-fi OnlyFans.
Yeah,
this isn't getting us any.
It was $1.
Yeah, and it was $1. It was fair, and it was once a year. And what a better deal you got. Once a year, you paid, you saw, you kept the image with you throughout the year. You weren't really sure.
I remember this lady right this second. Wow. And I saw her like 30 years, 20 years ago, 25 years. So I went behind it, and behind it, she was in like the cutout of the trailer, and inside of it, they made it look like a home. And she was sitting in a rocking chair knitting. Yeah, she was like that big. Yeah.
And what age was she?
She looked older. She looked middle-aged, like an older woman.
Thank God.
Why?
I'm just glad she's had a life, and that she's not like they're not out here like just height trafficking her or something, she's got there's like 7 others.
I wonder if there's understudies. Because what if she gets sick? That's a revenue stream that's not going to shut down.
Oh, dude, Angela's sick.
Yeah, man. But it wasn't like dwarfism, unless it was. But but she was like.
You will think.
It wasn't like like that. It was like she was like that big.
What?
Yeah.
Let me say
in a rocking chair, like a.
Well, like I said,
I'll be honest. It looked very cozy.
I'm afraid.
Like they made it look really cozy. Like she actually lived.
At this point,
I wonder if she actually lived there. Now that I'm thinking about it.
She might have.
You might she might just be like.
I swear.
She might they might close the front and then that's just her house because it looked like a house in there.
Let's pull that up. World's smallest woman. Can we get some information?
I have a
here,
full.
Brother?
What do you think?
I'm trying to think of the horse I saw was so small, man. You could.
If there's anything else,
I bet it would be kind of nice to be so small because your parts are right there.
Whoa.
Imagine taking a nap when you're so little. It must feel so good.
I get that, but
really
in reality, how far is your hand from you? Like you have everything.
I hope.
Look how far.
Do you
Imagine
think,
like this.
Like that.
I mean,
hey,
it might be okay.
Okay, less time.
You didn't hear this from me. I know she's up to something with Benjamin Bayou.
So there
He was in her office a few weeks ago.
Like Kevin Durant
they had
probably
some
takes him
kind of
a
shouting
little over a
match.
second to get a snap.
Got really heated until Bayou stormed out the door. I don't know what it was about, but I happen to know. And before you ask, yes.
And to be able to just open a peanut, you put it in one hand and then punch it with the other.
Hope to see you again. It's nice.
I never thought of that.
Thanks.
Oh, so
taking the
like
time
punching
to talk.
peanuts because to her it's like, yeah, the peanut's like
you have something better to do.
Oh yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
What?
Okay.
I'm working here.
Yati Kishanji Amji.
That's not who I saw, but
is an Indian actor notable for being the world's shortest living woman. Now, I guess, are we saying shortest or are we saying smallest? Because there's kind of something different there.
They I think, from what I gather, my memory serves, they said smallest.
Okay. And this woman, 2 foot 3/4 inch. How big is that?
Wow. Now, that's like what this woman was, though. Yeah.
So she might have just not entered in the contest.
There's no swimming ever. I mean, even a shallow end's 3 feet.
That's true, huh? There's
Seems
no.
like the
I mean,
Crimson
you have
Fleet
to.
is everywhere these
Can you
days.
swim? Is your?
Spreading like a
I
virus.
wonder if you can swim with only that much propeller. You know what I'm saying, kind of?
Yeah, but think of like a chihuahua. A chihuahua can.
That's a great point.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's true.
I gotta say another thing though. Who makes the clothes too?
Ooh, hers. Probably. Or they get them off dolls.
I was thinking, but like, they get them off dolls.
We had a small guy at our school, and his daddy would get clothing off of some dolls for him once in a while.
Yeah.
You know, when you run a business, time seems more precious. Every misplaced moment feels like a missed opportunity. You know, running a business is hard. You got to come and, stay on top of things, communicate, capitulate, and that's right. Fair.
I got it on Depop.
The smallest woman can ride that small.
With my therapist, so you can use it. BetterHelp is customized. Try something. This past weekend, listeners get 10% off their first month at betterhelp.com/THEO. That's betterhelp.com/Theo.
I mean, some dolls, they have some like I can see it on some dolls.
Well, dolls have a lot of nice stuff these days. Here we go, right here.
I can offer you a drink.
Play it up. Get that volume out.
Everyone can meet the world's
How long he gonna be here today for?
Sorry,
He'll be here
now.
all day?
A roll,
How
if you
small is
desire
it?
access. Otherwise, no problem. If you need anything.
He's alive too.
And he's alive too?
You people should leave her alone. What do you want with
see a
her?
carcass?
You may want to take him home.
Did you go
Yeah,
in?
sure.
Oh, yeah, I went.
Oh, he wouldn't let you
dead
take the
collectors
camera?
are- Now get out of my club.
Oh wow.
I suspect I would enjoy the attempt much
small,
more than you would.
God, I still remember him.
How do you? Yeah, you seem like you said.
Oh, I don't know if I feel sad. I guess just nostalgic. It was a fun day at that fair.
The smallest woman can ride that smallest horse.
Oh, beautiful.
And they probably are in the same fair, so maybe there's like she's trotting around on that thing.
Welcome.
I'm sure at night they
I
meet
can
up.
offer you a drink.
Dude, I remember
Or
one time I
perhaps
was
you're
in
here
Iraq
seeking-
doing a military show, and one lady
No.
hit me
No.
up on social
Not
media.
this again.
And
You people should
offered to
leave
meet
her-
me in a Black Hawk helicopter and give me a blowjob, give me a little bit of
No
oral.
way. You dead
And,
collectors are. Now get out of
and
my.
I didn't do it.
I
man.
suspect
got just
I
too
would
nerved
enjoy
out.
the attempt
It's
much
a
more
unique
than you
scenario
would.
for sure.
Yeah. And I just didn't know what protocol was. I don't want to be some dude who looks like an insurgent or whatever.
Yeah.
Because I have long hair.
Yeah.
So I just didn't want to.
This lady was on the clock.
This lady was a bona fide military woman.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Now, did she think the blowjob offer in and of
Welcome.
itself
Please,
wasn't
I
going
can
to
offer
be
you a
enough?
drink.
Like, why did she sweeten the deal with a Black Hawk helicopter?
No.
She just said the flight
You
is
people should leave her.
the flight thing isn't secure
Bullshit.
tonight or whatever.
It
so
is
we can
my
meet up in a Black
business.
Hawk and I'll give you a blowjob.
You dead collectors.
But you weren't going to
Get
take
out of my
flight.
club.
I
No.
suspect I would enjoy the
Maybe in-
attempt much more than
Yeah,
you
maybe
would.
in my head, dude. But yeah, no. But and also I remember this is the part
Oh
I feel
my
worse about. Kind of
God.
is this.
Look.
She had a huge, either a animal had bitten her
When
on the
I need the
neck or a
trash
huge
taken out.
acne, a
So
huge
unless
one
you
acne.
want-
Okay.
And I was just like,
The
I
crims-
felt like it would almost be a game
Sorry,
show.
I
What
just.
was gonna
I
bust
usually
her?
owes a lot of money. If you want to talk to her,
You hear that?
of course, access to the lounge is going to.
Oh my God.
She had a fucking IED under her neck.
Yeah,
dude.
man.
So it's just
Now I can see
hella dangerous.
Well, I can see now where the hesitation came in.
Yeah.
You know, because if that wasn't there, would you have been Black Hawk Down on that?
Oh yeah, dude, yeah.
That's Black Hawk Down.
Yeah.
That's her version. She if the goiter wasn't there, you would have had that experience. Because that's almost hard to turn down. Like it would
Sorry,
take a
no.
goiter
If
or
you
something like
desire
that
it,
to
otherwise-
thwart this experience.
A wise choice. Please let us know if you need
Because
anything
it's a good
else.
story that it was
Please.
offered, but it would be an amazing story.
Don't forget
if they
to
got
ask
it.
Q to see our special menu.
I think I was just I didn't know if we would be, what if we got caught and then I'm giving a bad look to this group. There was just some other implications. And dude, some other lady, if you go over there for the military, dude, they'll do sex with you, bro, men or women.
Yeah.
Because they
What do you
had
want?
people, I mean, out on their morning jog, stopping by to see what was going on. Another
you
lady
must
tried
be
to come
zoned out
by
of
and
your
have sex
mind
one
because
time.
There's no
They
way
must-
anyone sober would say something like
Like
that.
the single people in the military must bang each other like there's nobody's business.
They
right?
must. Because they know
hell
they're only
did you
going to be there for
find
a
that?
few years,
Yeah. It was
you
a
know.
stealth incident,
I think it gets kind of territorial, though.
I had a friend of mine marry a
should've
sailor
kept
that
that
came in
somewhere
for
else.
Fleet Week.
Here.
Yeah,
Take
I used to
this
work at
pass.
this neighborhood bar.
It should
and we
get
were
you
on
through the
water in
storage room
Staten
entry to the
Island.
facility.
And every year, the same
I'm warning you,
week,
though.
all the sailors came in.
Good luck.
And they would invade the town, you know?
Would they wear their uniforms?
Full on. They know what they're doing.
If
They
you
would-
get caught in
sailor
Gemini,
uniform, huh?
They
that's
would
on
wear
you.
the uniform because, first of all, we give them a lot of free drinks because thank you for your service.
Military, yeah.
And then the chicks, you know, they pick up chicks, and even the female officers would come in, like you know, and
Dimes.
Yeah, and they would all wear it. Well, that definitely is from Party City, but
We are members of the All-American. Yeah, that's
And
Party
this-
City.
and
Can
thi-
we look at a real military uniform?
and yeah, this girl I knew just started dating this guy. They ended up getting married.
Wow, like that or like, there we go.
No, white.
In the whites, okay. Let's see a white military.
I don't know the
There
difference.
you go, like that on the right, the top right over there.
That's what they would come. Yeah, with the hat too. Swear. Yeah.
Yeah, the hat, dude. Oh,
And they would come in packs. So like all of a sudden, like 10 sailors.
And they'd be having
men and
beers?
women. Yeah.
Would they sing songs?
No.
Oh,
no.
weak.
Yeah.
That's weak, dude. Bro, remember the cruise we went on?
They
Your
ordered a
cruise?
lot of sauteed spinach.
Really?
Yeah. No.
Oh.
That was a Popeye reference that didn't land.
Oh, remember him?
Oh, Popeye?
Popeye?
Hell yeah.
Remember
the live action Popeye though?
Yeah.
Robin Williams played Popeye.
Did he? He did the voice?
He didn't do the voice. It was
live action. I'm
yeah,
talking
like a
about that.
real film.
I'm talking about the cartoon. Can you remember that cartoon of Popeye? Yeah.
But you've never seen Robin Williams play Popeye? With Shelley Duvall as Olive Oil? Dude, it is a classic.
I never knew this existed, and I cannot wait.
Look
to
at his
watch it.
forearms.
Oh, it's great. Oh, wow.
Yo, this is one of the tapes I played till it broke when I was
Dude, I'm so excited to watch this. I didn't know this existed. I didn't know they had this.
You're gonna like this, man. He fights a giant squid. Yeah. When I was little, like Popeye was. I don't think kids know Popeye today.
No, I don't think they know about it. And Popeye also. Who did the voice for Popeye the cartoon? There you go. And you know, because that was like the original G.I. Joe was Popeye.
Yeah.
Like people don't realize that. That's who we
I was
had.
Popeye out. I had Popeye on the video game too.
I don't think we had that, but we had Popeye's chicken in Louisiana, so everywhere.
Is that
Yeah.
Is that him?
It was.
Oh, it was?
Because you used to get the figurine if you went over there. They gave you the figurine.
Really? So that's his fried chicken. I don't get the connection.
Yeah.
Sailor and the fried chicken. I don't get it.
I think they had named it Popeyes and then
retrofitted it to him.
They might have. Let's so Jack Mercer did the voice there for Popeye the Sailor. Can you get the YouTube of Jack Mercer doing that voice, or we won't be able to use it?
You started to say something when I said Popeye that I was like, oh shit, yeah.
Our cruise. I went on your cruise.
right on. Yeah.
They just had a cruise issue. What was that thing in the news too? Let's. I want to hear this Jack Mercer do the voice. Can we see him do the voice?
I ate spinach because of him. I didn't like spinach. I didn't like veggies, you know, and I wouldn't eat it. And my dad would be like, Popeye,
So we got a 1 and a 2
and a pair of threes. The votes are all in. Well, whether or not something of the voice would creep through there, and it worked out beautifully. Number one, Mr. Goldwalker.
I don't think this is it.
You do? South Amboy, New Jersey, playing.
No, he's not. They just use this as a question, you think?
No, I think he was on that game show. That was to tell the truth. So 4 of those people are like lying about who they are. One's telling the truth. It was an old game show.
Oh.
So he was the contestant telling the truth as the voice of Popeye.
Do we have Jack Mercer does voice of Popeye? I just wanted to hear it again.
I wish I could do that voice.
Yeah.
Wouldn't you do voices if you could all day?
Oh, I'll do this. Tell me who this is, okay? They said it would take a man 600 years to get out of this here prison, but Andy Dufresne did it in less than 20.
Yeah. That's
a little weak today, but
no, that's Morgan Freeman.
Thanks.
Yeah. That was good, actually. I closed my eyes for a little bit of it. I see where you were going with it. If it's something you don't do all the time, I felt there was something in that with it. I don't do voices, though.
You don't?
I don't. I wish I could.
We had Kyle Dunnigan was on. He does it really well.
You ever do voiceovers? You ever get in the animated shit?
I got offered 2 animated
You have such
shows.
a good voice.
Oh, thanks, man.
You have a strong, distinct voice with good diction. Yeah, you do. And that's easy. That's very easy to tell.
Sal, sorry. I called you. I didn't say Saul. I said Sal. Saul. Do people say both sometimes?
So it's Salvatore, it's S-A-L, it's Sal. The only person that calls me Saul 30% of the time after knowing him for 10 years is David Tell.
Really?
And I don't correct him because it's David Tell. So some nights I'm Sal, some nights I'm Saul.
But are you ever Sal?
Sal, no.
Because that's almost Spanish, like with salt. They say like Sal or Salima or Salima. Do you have that, Jack Mercer? We couldn't find it. Okay, no worries, man. Dude, we went on, thank you. We went on your cruise, man.
Yeah.
And the cruise line just got in trouble. What was that news?
You came on Cruise 1, right? It was Cruise 1.
Celebrity Cruises sued.
Yeah, we got Celebrity Cruises sued. The medics gave HIV-infected blood.
Wow. Yeah, why do they have HIV-infected blood then? You know, why do they have that on cruise?
A Celebrity Cruises passenger says her medical emergency became an absolute nightmare. They gave her blood transfusion from someone who had HIV. Dang, that's bad luck. 7-day cruise that started December 4th, so winter time. And she says, doctor diagnosed gastrointestinal.
But she started suffering from rectal bleeding. That's why she went for help. What's going on there? What's going on there?
Suppositories, dude, I'm telling you.
Yeah.
That's how, probably. And this could have been one of them, because of some of these cruises, man, it's a lot of people out there doing pills and doing sex.
Yeah.
Announcing staff solicited blood from passengers over the ship's PA system, said they needed type A negative.
Best to avoid the kills.
That's my type.
It is.
Swear.
That's my type.
Yeah.
That's my type.
You know yours?
Is that song about blood? What is that song? This woman says 4 passengers stepped up to donate blood and she got the transfusion. Wow.
And someone stepped up to give blood with HIV?
Hey, bro.
Like, yo, what the fuck is that about? Like, they didn't know either? They didn't know.
I mean, that's a tough call. This whole thing, there's a lot of people at fault here.
Yeah.
And sometimes it's like, I remember when we were out on a cruise, we couldn't even get fresh milk. So it was like, sometimes you're out there, you gotta take what you can get.
Yeah.
Especially if you're gonna die.
Was our cruise your first cruise that you were ever on?
No, I went on this thing called Semester at Sea. It was like a floating school.
Oh, wow.
That went around the whole world, actually. Around the planet.
How long was that?
It was 100 days.
And
I went. I was a student. I worked in the bookshop.
On the boat?
Yeah.
How old were you?
I was 19 years old. Oh, no, I was 20 years old.
So it was like college?
Yeah, it was college. They still do it. It's called Semester at Sea, and you go.
Did you do something? Have you spoken about this before?
I don't know if I've spoken much about it.
I've never heard you.
Really?
That's a very interesting, crazy thing you did.
There you are.
So where did you go?
We started in Vancouver, Canada, And then we finished in Florida. We went all the way around the whole world. You go around everywhere.
And you went to class, had homework?
Yeah.
And then also worked? Like, your life was, did you dock?
Yeah, we would dock.
How often did you dock and you were able to?
5 days or 3 days. Or 5 nights or 3 nights we would dock.
Okay.
Japan, China, Vietnam, Malaysia, Kenya, Brazil. We went to Cuba.
Dude.
We did it.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
So let me ask you a question. What was the breakdown of like how often you had to do schoolwork? Like, were you able to maintain your focus and your studies too? Or was it just like, come on now, like everybody just like phoned it in and it was just like Caligula on it?
No, you couldn't phone it in. You had to like, it was pretty, the teachers were pretty harsh.
Okay.
So you really had to really do it, you know? So you really had to do
So you went to, what was your schedule like? Was it every day?
Every day. Class started, I think, at 8 a.m. or 9 a.m. I can't remember.
Every day?
It would alternate, except for days when you were in port. So when you were in the port, you could go do stuff and travel and do whatever you wanted. You just had to be back when the ship left. Or you could use the ship as hotel and stay at it.
Okay. So you would also have the option to go get a hotel off the ship?
Yeah.
For the days, because I was about to say, how could you live for 100 days in a little like cruise room like that?
Yeah, it would be crazy. You had a roommate in there. And
wow.
It was wild.
Yo, if you don't like your roommate,
yeah.
How was your roommate?
Oh, my roommate was great, dude. My roommate was a great guy. Brian Thomas.
You talk to him to this day?
A few years after the ship, he passed away, man. He was doing basketball. He went to some school up in the North California mountains, like that weed school. What's that weed school up there? Cheeto? It's like a place where the kids all do weed and everybody's growing weed and eating weed. People are made out of weed. People have little weed dolls and stuff. Little dolls even made out of weed.
It sounds fantastic.
Yeah. I mean,
it sounds like he died of a heart attack because it was so amazing.
Yeah. So anyway, R.I.P. brother. So anyway, he passed away, but the cruise it was an unbelievable experience, man. I mean, it was just, you could get 2 wines a night. You got tickets for wines, and they'd have to borrow me 2 wines a night. But we had a guy on there that died, bruh.
During the cruise?
Yeah, this dude died. We were at sea for like 12 days or something. Something happened. He died, and they put him in the freezer.
Yeah, man, I've heard of that.
So they put him in there with the pork loin, baby. You know what I'm saying?
That's crazy.
With
you know how he died?
Mahi, huh?
You know how he died?
I'm not sure.
Was that like, were people just like, oh shit, somebody died? Or were you like, oh my God? Like, is that someone just died, a student died and is in the freezer?
Oh, this guy was a senior citizen.
Oh, okay.
He had about 9 seniors on there.
Going to college on the cruise?
Yeah, some of them
That's
would like...
bold, man. That's like, it takes someone to be like, I'm gonna go back to college as an adult is one thing. That's already tough. Yeah. Then to be like, I'm gonna go to sea for 100 days?
That's crazy.
So he just died?
He couldn't hang, bro.
Did they give him an honorary...
discharge? I don't know if we like put him into the sea like they did with Osama bin Laden. I don't know what they did. I do remember we did a funeral for him.
Do you think this is perhaps the largest battery array in the
dressed up and we put flowers out into the ocean and stuff. The cruise did a big circle like that. It was like a...
Oh my God.
I forgot about that. That's crazy, dude. I wish I knew his name. Mark, I think.
In 100 days, you could have multiple relationships. Like, you could have a mini life within that 100 days.
Yeah.
Like, you got new friends, new this, new that. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah, there's people from, like, different countries on there. It was crazy.
What made you do that? Like, was that expensive? Because I never heard of this.
Yeah, it's called semester at sea. It wasn't that. It was. It wasn't that expensive, man. I mean, I worked to save up so many. I had to spend like $6,000 of my own dollars. So yes, that was a lot of money. Yeah. But I worked, to do it, and then I got financial aid from my school, so that applied to it.
Okay.
And then a friend, I got a scholarship from the school itself, from the semester at sea.
Wow.
So I was really supportive. I definitely, I was grateful that people helped me out.
Yeah. What did you major in?
I don't remember. Urban planning.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
That was your major back then? You had the wherewithal back then to be like, I want to get into some urban planning.
Urban planning, dude. Where are you gonna put that mailbox, huh, son?
Really? You want to plan, like, help plan cities, like infrastructure?
Yeah.
Is that what that is?
It's more. I think it's like where do the medians go? You know?
Yeah.
I think I know it. It's
Oh,
like,
sure.
If a mailman needs to come into town, what route does he take to make the least amount of time so it's effective?
Okay.
Power lines.
Oh,
you
to
know?
traffic patterns.
Yeah.
Shit like that, grid patterns.
Yeah.
And stuff.
Yeah. A lot of
that's
urban planning,
interesting.
man. So I guess I'm an urban planner. You know.
Why did that strike you as interesting? Like, why'd you latch onto that?
I think I always used to walk around a lot of neighborhoods and stuff, so I think I was really kind of fascinated about that. I liked people's yards. I liked looking at what it was like if people had a yard or didn't have a yard, like what people's lives were like. Like rich people have yards, you know, so they have like space between them and like people knowing what they're doing.
Sure.
But poor people, it's just like fucking people just
on
know
top
what
of
you're
each other.
doing. Yeah, dude. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
like,
of course.
if your mom rears back to hit you hard enough, she's gonna fucking a passing car is gonna hit her on, you know. So it's like you can't hide it, you know. So I don't know, stuff like that kind of fascinating. And I always loved the U.S. postal system. When I was young, it's gone downhill.
Yeah.
But when I was young, what'd you major in?
Finance.
Oh, really?
Yeah, just because I didn't know what to do. Like, I had no idea. I started college at 17, and they asked you to pick a major, and I was literally like, I want to make money. Finance means money. Yeah. That's literally how I chose it. I was like, finance has to do with money. I want to make money. I'll do finance. I have a degree in finance.
Was money like a big influence? Were your parents like make money? Were your parents business owners?
My parents and my family had no money. And I just was like, I want to be successful. It wasn't like I want to be like rich. I just want to make sure I make money. You know, I can support myself.
Yeah.
And that was how simple that decision was. It was like and I don't mean simple like easy to make. I mean simple like simpleton.
Yeah.
I was like, I want to make money, so I'll check finance. And then I did it. and then I did
You're like, oh, I guess I'll pick finance and that has money in it.
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
And I you know, I don't know why I took that.
Yeah.
I have no interest in it at all.
Wow.
Yeah.
Do you ever see yourself going back?
Speaking of interest.
Do you ever? Of course you don't see yourself going back. That's the dumbest question I'm about to ask. Do I ever see you getting like one of those like kind of like little advisors? As a guy,
old school accountant for the mafia.
Yeah. It's a Wonderful Life or whatever.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know why I did that. It was a waste.
Wild.
Besides the people and besides the relationships I forged, college for me was a complete waste.
Really?
Complete waste. I retained none of it. It was expensive. I got a scholarship too.
Were you a smart kid? What were you? Were you like a nerdy kid? Were you like an athletic kid? Were you just kind of like a
No, neither. I was like
Italian?
I'm half Italian.
Are you?
Yeah. I'm half Italian, half Cuban, and Puerto Rican.
Oh, wow.
And Spanish, yeah. But
Belize.
yeah, right. So no, I was good. Grammar school was like straight A's. High school was pretty much like low A's, but not a lot of application. So that was good.
You could do it.
And I just was like fun.
Yeah.
I wasn't like a super. I played hockey for in high school for a little bit, but I wasn't great. I played like I was like signed up, and I played basketball and baseball. And grammar school was bad.
Yeah.
It wasn't good. You know, I tell this story about me and my so that our school got a basketball team for the first year, and I was in
If you
7th
won
grade.
the
and if you were
encryption
in 8th
cipher,
grade,
you're
you
welcome to
automatically
it.
were on varsity, and then or something like that. And everybody else had to try out. So we tried out. I wasn't good, but I tried out.
No.
I was good in like
No
my
catch.
neighborhood, But
Right.
when people
I'm
came in
not
and had like
trying to
skill
trick you.
sets, you know what I mean? I wasn't.
point,
good.
I'd do anything to get
and
back at my
so
brother.
everybody made varsity, and everybody
Deserves
else who
everything
didn't
he's
make
got
it
coming to
automatically you wanted to play, you could, and that was JV. And then the coach for JV, we didn't have one, and so my friend's mom volunteered, and she volunteered, and
don't
she
mention
just was like learning basketball with us.
You know, I've spent
And then
everything always
we
works
used to
out
have.
for him.
It was literally like
All the
the
while?
like the
He left.
like the
You should
Motley
consider
Crue. It
distancing
could have been a
yourself
cartoon.
from
It was
your
like all
brother.
the castaways on this team, and we used to have these practices, and she used to have a clipboard, like the dry erase clipboard, and just be like,
If
go
such a thing
this
were
way,
possible,
like
it likely would have
our
happened.
first game,
You know
we
what?
played 14 games that
I
year.
am
We went
sick
0
to death.
14.
The passcode for my
Our
turbo
first game
is GEM.
I was like, watch, we're gonna play these kids that are definitely like. These kids
After
are
you're
all gonna be
done-
from like urban areas. They're gonna be like,
Thanks again for
sure enough, every kid on the team was 6 foot, and we and they like played basketball. Like basketball was life for them, as opposed to us. They beat us 44-0. 44-0, dude. And then after you'd line up in the middle of the thing to hit hands and like then go get a snack upstairs. We used to play at the Catholic Youth Organization. It was a CYO.
Yeah.
So it was a CYO league. So it was all the Catholic schools, right? So we would say thank you, but at the end of the first game, it was traumatizing, dude. At the end of the first game, the parents were so into it on their side.
Yeah.
Right? And they were screaming and yelling and everything. And then at the buzzer, the parents started to chant 44 zip zip, 44 zip, 44, and they just came down off the stands. They were screaming it and waving shit, and while we were trying to shake hands, they were getting our face like 44 zip zip, and then we had to go up the steps together to go to like the like common area to have like our Capri Suns, and we were going up the stairs, and it was screaming, it was bellowing in the hallways, and they were screaming at us 44 zip zip, and I was like, damn man, it was traumatizing. Damn. Now we scored points in every other game, but we never got shut out again, but we went 0-14. The second game, 56-3, we lost. I had the 3 points.
You did?
Yeah. And then they still did, we still were part of the awards dinner at the end of the We were part of the awards dinner at the end of the season. Dude, here's the worst part of it. I was the team's MVP. I swear to God, I accepted the award. I got up and I took the trophy in front of everyone. At the dinner, you had to pay to be there. I had 16 points on the season.
Total?
Total.
Yeah.
16 points. That was MVP.
Praise God.
Isn't that great?
But did it give you some confidence, though?
No.
Really?
No,
I believe
really
we
not
have
my
a lot
confidence
to
down.
discuss.
Just game after game.
It's
just
obvious
14
you're
games
here
of
to
burying
meet
my
someone.
confidence. In the last game of the
for
season,
them, they
we
rented
didn't
this
realize
VIP room under a false
something
name.
happened with the universe,
assume that
and we were like
same
landing
someone
shots.
provided
We
you
were
with
sinking
that
shots,
clever
and then
little
at the
virus you
buzzer,
installed into
we huddled up,
Genodyne's
and our
system.
coach goes, look up, and we looked up, and we were winning. It was like 14-13 or something, and we just looked at each other like, we're winning,
All
we're
too
fucking
well.
winning. We lost, but
You
it
know,
was like that was our like
I should give
that was like
credit
our
where
big
it's
moment,
due.
like our Rudy moment,
That
like at the
virus
half.
is quite impressive.
Yeah. We had no
It
idea
will cost
we
me
were winning,
tens
you know,
of
like-
thousands
Here's
of
a
credits
question
to
right here
remove.
from a beautiful young fella
That's
right
the
there.
last
Thank you,
time
brother.
I'll ever take the Crimson
Hey Sal,
Fleet's
hey
capabilities
Theo, big time fan of both of you. I just wanted to ask about Sal's like school life. We never really heard much about his child life, and I just want to know what was the worst thing you probably did in school.
Damn, school life.
Because
I wasn't
like
bad in school. I was the
majority
class
of
clown,
revenue-generating
but
businesses in the city, but
You
more
know,
importantly than
like
simply
I was
losing
a
money.
likable class. I didn't like
I don't
push.
like-
It wasn't never disrespectful.
Right, you
But I
wouldn't, so you wouldn't do anything mean.
The joke, I was always there with the
I might
joke,
be
always
inclined to
there
accept
like to
such
get the
a
laugh
general-
no matter what
It's
I
because
said.
I don't
Which sounds
negotiate with
stereotypical, but that's what it was. Like
They
always when
don't
we had school
understand
functions on stage,
No.
I would volunteer.
For your kind, it's only-
I'd do impressions of the teachers.
Oh, yeah,
like you
get
know
up
all
there.
that
They
stuff.
see
I used to love the Jeffersons.
But for every
Well, The
rival I've had
Jeffersons is my
thrown
favorite
into
show
the ocean,
of all
look,
time.
I'm not here.
And so it was syndicated when I
All
was
you
little.
have
I
to
used
do
watch
is tell
it with
me
my
who's
grandparents. I used to
profiting
live
from
with
the
them,
virus
so
you've uploaded.
I love it. It just has
In
a place in my
return,
heart. So I would
I'll let
memorize
you leave the
the
city
Jeffersons.
alive.
Like I would
That
get
is
like
an
a
offer.
pad and
Your
feverishly write
negotiating
down,
skills
like,
are
the things they
impressive
said.
indeed.
And then I would memorize that, and I would have an impression of I would do George Jefferson. And word got out in the schools, so people always used to ask me, like third grade, they'd be like, teacher would be like, all right, if everyone's good at the end, Sal will get up and do
there's a
the George
body
Jefferson
that neon
scene.
security is
So
going
it
to
was
be
like that.
I'd
That was
say
never
you have
disrespectful.
about-
One time I got
I
in trouble
almost admired
in
your
high school.
commitment to
We were
corruption.
sitting on the
Almost.
steps, and this teacher, she was a nutcase, dude.
I
She
assume
was a
this
Spanish
conclude-
teacher. Her name was Ms.
So,
DeJulio.
when
If
you
she's
get
out
back to
there,
the key-
she's watching, and we know that she is. I'm sorry, but it's all going to come out now.
People know Mr. Julio, and you should.
Yeah, and she was like, I think she was bipolar.
Yeah.
I didn't know then.
But they didn't have it then.
But I understand now, without a doubt, she was. Wow. She'd be nice, and then she would flip out on you. And but we didn't know what it was, so we just thought like, fuck this lady.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Totally.
You know what I mean? But then you wanted to be nice, because when she actually turned, it was like you kind of got nervous because she had this look. So one time she was coming down the steps, and it was in between classes, and we would just mind our own business. I was sitting on the steps, and she turned to one row of steps, and she was on the lane to come down the other, and she just freaked, and she went, "Oh, like, get up and get out of my way! I'm coming down the stairs!" Hell yeah! And it rubbed me the wrong way. And I was like 15. I just turned around and I said, "Okay, we're not really doing anything bad here, so why don't you ask us nicely first?" And she was like, "What did you say?" And I said, "Ask us nicely." And then she gave me detention, and she wrote it on there in quotes. Told him to move out of the way on the steps. He responded, quote unquote, "Ask me nicely." Which honestly, was that really detention worthy? You know what I mean? Like, you screamed at me to get up the steps so rudely, and all I was asking for was common decency, and then she put me in the sling. You know?
We had this lady, beautiful lady, and R.I.P. She did die. Her name.
Everybody you've spoken about on this podcast so far has died.
Really?
Everybody, I think. I think it's the 4th person you spoke about that has died.
Dude, I think just the area we were in, it just breeded, you know, people were gonna die. I hate to say it. All right, I don't know. Maybe I have something about death, but it's like this lady's name was, what was her name? She was principal, short Italian. Nancy Woods was her name. She was Italian, 700% Italian. You know, she was swamp water Italian. You know what I'm saying? She fucking, you know, she had bay leaves in her calzone. You know, she had just a little mix of things going on. She what are we talking about?
We also had detention. Yeah, in trouble. Asked me nicely. She had bipolar. Spanish teacher.
Must have done something.
She died.
She did die. Yeah, she died a year ago. She was cool. Oh, dude, we had this guy, Mr. Coleman. He would sleep in the trunk of his car at lunch. He would go get in the fucking trunk of his car and fucking sleep in it.
Like open?
Yeah, open it up, get in there.
He just didn't mind much? That no one saw him or anything?
It just was like some weird habit he had or something, you know, maybe something growing up he used to do or his family did.
Glad you're back.
But
sorry
we had
about
another
the whole
teacher,
Benjamin
Mr.
Bailey
Lambert.
thing at the
He
Astro
passed away. He had
Lounge,
alcoholism.
I didn't have much of a choice.
But I remember one time I was cheating on a test in his class, and my cheat sheet fell on the floor, and he walked by and he goes, "Excuse me, I believe you dropped
You're
it."
not the
He didn't
least
even
bit
realize it was a
concerned that he
cheat
found the
sheet.
virus.
It was just something
Must be nice.
Amazing. It was amazing. He pardon me.
Yeah, pardon me.
Wow.
I believe you dropped this, buddy.
Shit. You used to cheat in school?
He was the sweetest guy.
You all cheated.
Since Bay
Everyone
you flagged the
cheated.
virus, I
Everybody
can't
did.
risk access to
A lot
the
of people
system
cheated
now.
off me,
Now I'm in a
but I
bit
also
of a
cheated
bind.
too.
Did
The
you?
prep work for this job
People would just be like,
deep for a
when you
bunch
had
of
teachers
cash,
that
and I
like
have
that, they
no
were
way
like
to pay
aloof
it all
for it. You
back.
just be like, what do you got? What do you got for this? What do you got for that?
It was
But sometimes
fun.
if you got caught though,
Oh.
man. I remember one kid got caught, got pulled out of the room, and
cool of you to
there was
offer.
one point where this
Sorry,
8th grade teacher,
Estelle.
her name was
This
Miss
was
Dawson.
your-
She was
Look,
also
I
a
was
gym
hoping you'd
teacher
pick up on
that
what I was
became
trying
an
to
8th grade
ask.
teacher, and she was like
You
a
cut me in
thick,
for a little bit.
like short-haired,
Some
coke bottom
small
glass.
amount
Like
of
she was like the lesbian. back
I
then.
appreciate
You know,
that.
like she was, and you didn't want to mess with her. She was intimidating. Like at all times.
we had that
at
lady.
all times, and everyone was in line with her. Luckily she was gone by the time I got to 8th grade, but she was doing proctoring an exam, and she caught someone, and she took this kid James out of our class, and then he answered her back, and she grabbed him by the neck, and pushed him against the cinder block wall like that, dude. No joke. Yeah, man.
Teachers used to get pretty graphic, man. They used
Glad
to get
you're
on
back.
point. They used to let them get buck a little more.
That's nuts.
Yeah.
For our age, my dad in young
Since Bay
grammar
you
school
flagged the
whatever, had a nun.
I'm in a bit of a bind.
Like tell him to put his hands out and wailed him on the hands with the
That's
ruler, right? So
How
my
much,
grandmother gets a call, says, "Come down to the school. Your son is suspended."
Oh.
And she says, "What happened?" She gets down to the school. She goes, "Your son is suspended. What happened?" Well, the teacher, he was misbehaving, so the teacher told him to put his hands out.
Clearly,
and wailed him with
you are
a
very
nun,
welcome.
wailed him with the ruler.
All right,
He took his
I
metal lunchbox
guess we're done
and
here.
slammed her in the face with it.
And hey,
My
you
father
won't be hearing Rook from
got
me
kicked
anymore.
out, and then my
As far
grandmother
as I'm
said
concerned,
she deserved
you're
every fucking.
If
bit of
anyone
that.
tries to tell you otherwise,
And she goes, "I'm taking him out of the school. You're not suspended. I'm taking him out."
Damn.
Yeah. Can
I
you
hear things
imagine?
are heating up back at
Hitting
the key.
a nun in the face with a metal
rumor has
lunchbox.
it.
God, it had to
But
feel-
retaliation,
Right.
You know?
Oh, yeah.
Which, like in this
Tell
day and
Neva
age,
she
if
still
that
owes
happened
me
in
a
school
drink
right
for
now,
a poker
the
game.
kid would not even be. You can't in this day and age. If that kid hit her back after she hit him like that, the kid would be a hero.
Yeah.
A
Yeah.
hero.
The kid would be a hero. It's crazy how it's all set up now. Everything is like, and it almost doesn't even matter what people do. It's
What
just
can
what
I
is
get you?
recorded and then shown.
Yeah.
That's the even crazier part.
Yeah.
There
was so many things different back then. Like we didn't know she had bipolar. We didn't know when kids in the class were autistic. Like we didn't know anything. It was just like, oh, he's just weird. You know, like he's just a little different or whatever. Like, but we didn't have these terms. You know?
No, everybody was. I remember I got learning disabled for a little while. You know, they put me in there for like a little while when I was in 3rd grade, And back then, dude, it was, you know, everybody was in that bit. You know, you could run too fast through there. Like, you know what I'm saying? People in a wheelchair, autism, people with no arms. Like, it was just like this crazy bunch, dude. You know?
I got asked if a couple of years ago I had a bunch of people. I got a bunch of messages like telling me about autism, and some asking if I have it, and once out of nowhere, I didn't know like why. Like I just like I was like I just saw a bunch of messages at once that were about autism. I didn't know why. But I think like it was right after I did an appearance on Regis Kelly Ripa, and at the time Chris Pratt was we did press.
Oh
Dude,
wow.
I went
No funny business.
we were doing press
okay?
and we went on the morning show with Kelly Ripa. Chris Pratt was the guest.
You
know
around
Chris
here?
Pratt?
Yeah.
You know him, no? I feel like you
After
might
all.
have for some reason.
He invited me to be in a film that he did.
Well, things
Okay,
change.
yeah, that
and
was
you appear
that
to
was
have been
because I think we were
first
gonna do
and foremost.
the cruise again.
Anyone caught
And we had to do a
transporting the
movie with that.
substance
Oh,
through
yeah,
this
that's right.
checkpoint.
Yeah,
That's right.
I wanted to get you back because you were so sweet on the first cruise.
Oh, thanks.
I had
On
booked it
my
up completely, and
list
you were
of
like,
excuses.
"I'll just come
The
on,
other-
like, I'll hang and everything." And
Yeah, it was
he
gonna
was
be
so
fun.
sweet, man. And then I wanted to, and I was trying to get you, but yeah. Anyway, he's on. And he's in this movie, The Magnificent Seven, that remake of that Western movie. At the time, it was just came out as a blockbuster. It was like an ensemble cast of A-list. Morgan Freeman's in it. Oh no, it was Denzel. Denzel was in it, right? So
New around here?
the night before,
After
I
all.
had gotten really, really, really drunk.
Well, things change.
I don't know when to do
First
that, but
and
like I don't remember
anyone-
I had a wedding the night.
Oh yeah.
So I show up.
Good.
I am hungover.
The
with
other
shakes,
regulation you should
okay?
be
And you have to get arrive
buying
at like
it
6:50
from any other
in the
business
morning
or a
and
street
for the
deal.
morning show, right? So I get there and I'm trembling, man. And I don't know what to
Perfect.
do. And I'm like,
All
I can't
right,
go
then.
on. I said, can you please find an office for me to lay down in?
Aurora
and they did, 'cause we
is
weren't
the
gonna be on
number
for an hour. They
one
took me to
product
someone's office.
produced
I
by
laid
Z.
down on a couch
Clinical
in someone's
studies,
office, just
sponsored,
shaking.
and before.
So I'm watching the show on the TV, and it's in the feed, right? And so at the beginning they give away a prize. You ever watch Regis and Kathy Lee when you were little?
But I know about it.
So every day they take a phone call and someone in the audience, and if the person in the audience answers correctly, like them and the phone person wins like a trip or like something big every morning, every day.
Oh wow.
So they're doing this trip, right? So they ask the lady a question, and it's easy, but she gets it wrong, right? And then Chris Pratt goes, "I don't worry, we'll give you the trip anyway." It was a vacation. And then on air, he goes, what? Oh, I can't do that? Because it's like law. It's gambling.
Right, that's game show.
Right? So then he goes, oh, I can't? And on air, he's like, oh, I don't know what to do. And everyone's like, oh. And then he goes, I'll give you the trip. I'll just buy it. I'll give it to you. And everyone's like, ah, he went nuts, right? And he split the trip. You're still going. And then the audience goes crazy, right? And Denzel Washington comes out next, and he's in the movie Magnificent Seven with him. And he comes out, and the first thing he says was, he goes, I was watching on the feed. He goes, what happened? How much was the trip? And Chris Pratt goes like $5,700. He goes, 3 ways. I'm gonna go 3 ways with you on the trip. So everyone goes nuts, right? So I'm laying there. You know how you always need stories on these things?
Yeah.
They want you to have stories. So I'm laying there like half sick, and I'm like, all right, I got an idea. So I have this thing I'm gonna do in my head, and then I'm like, I want to do something else. These things never go well. Morning shows, they like rush you through.
Yeah.
You never really get to really make jokes, you know. So I was like, fuck it. So I had our assistant. And I wrote, in my own handwriting, I wrote Magnificent 7 on the James t-shirt, and I put that on. Except for fun, I spelt it wrong. I wrote Magnificent Savant, S-E-V-A-N, and Magnificent. So Magnificent Savant. So I was like, I'll go out there. I'll go out there, and what I'll do is they'll immediately see my shirt and be like, oh, what is that, you know? And I'll be like, oh, I just thought that you and Denzel needed help promoting the movie. You know, obviously, they don't need help, right? I'm like, you know, so I just want to support and help you guys any way I can. I know you need the help. And then I thought they would pick on how I misspelled it, and it would be a nice joke. So I put on the shirt. So we're behind the thing. We're ready to go out there. I'm wearing this Hanes t-shirt that has a marker on it that says Magnificent. And they call us out, and we go out. People are cheering. I'm waving, right? And we go to sit down, and right before we sit down, the audience stops clapping. I go, I just want to let everybody here know, just off the top, I'm not going 4 ways on the trip with
breaking
the
loose,
woman.
Rook. Delgado
Right?
needs
I
you
thought
in
it
the
would get a
repair
laugh.
base.
But they took me seriously. It just bombed, and then Kelly goes, "No, it's okay. We're covering it.
that's
It's okay."
hilarious.
And I was
You're
like,
a real
"Wow, that was a
comedian.
joke."
You know that?
Yo, then I sat down
Now
to the
get
interview, and
your
nobody
ass to the
mentioned the
repair
shirt,
bay.
dude.
Go!
Nobody mentioned the shirt. So and then after that, I just started getting autistic messages. The fleet is fair. I just went on, I came out, I was like, I'm not paying for the trip. And then I sat down, and my shirt was handmade and misspelled, and nobody mentioned it. And then after that, everyone was like, yo, they're just sending me links on autism.
People are like, hey, can you come speak at our school?
No. I'm not sure. They're in bad shape, Del. Really bad
It's
shape.
online, too. It's online.
I'm already
Like, you
using
can pull
duct
it
tape
up.
and spit to keep the station from falling apart. You want me to
Damn,
pull a
bro,
rabbit
that's
out of my hat?
bananas, man.
I don't
I'm
want to
trying
hear
think if
excuses.
I had, like, a
I
real
want
good
to hear
thing
that it's
like
going
that
to be
where I went
fixed.
on to a
Period.
talk show.
Do you like
All
talk shows?
right, I'm on it.
Well, I used to do-
always
You
feel
want
like
to quit
they
standing
do
there and
local
hand over
news
the
a lot.
conduction
Yeah.
with data?
No, I'm good. I'm good.
I used to do local news a lot. So
Yeah, right. From when you're going to town.
yeah, but I
Really?
never did. I'm trying to think if
You
I
know
did. I
what
never
else
did like
isn't
any
easy?
panels. Like
Listening to
a
complaints
lot of
and
comedians.
excuses.
Like once a
From
lot of guys quit
everyone.
going on like the Tonight Show and stuff
All
like that.
right,
They
I
didn't really
get
do that
it.
much
All
of
right,
that type of
listen
thing,
up
you know?
because I don't want to repeat this twice.
They always just want you to. I got
Got
one
in
coming
word
up on
that
doing.
UC system
I guess
is
Seth
messing
Meyers. And
somewhere
every time I go
nearby
on, I just
for
feel
the
like
tech of the key.
it just
Are we
feels so.
prepared for their
canned.
arrival?
Yeah.
I
'cause they
want
ask
you to
to-
head straight
they
for Bannock
pre-interview.
4
Right,
and
but-
bring Crix's
Yeah,
legacy
it's just a
home.
different experience, I'm sure.
Yeah.
But
Seth's great.
Just slow down
he?
and
Yeah,
listen
he
before
makes it
you
easy.
lay
Yeah,
it
that's
out,
cool.
Jazz.
He's nice.
yeah.
All right, first things
Yeah, I'm
first.
trying to think
I'm
of,
gonna, all you need to
something I was
do is
gonna tell
build
you
and then
about.
install a
Oh,
conduction.
you guys have
and
so
if you
with
haven't
y'all's
already,
show
you'll-
with Impractical Jokers.
is that
you don't
all?
need to talk
I'm
anything
here, I
about it.
Once
You
your ship
guys
is ready,
have
jump out the Bannock 4.
Joe is not going to be on the show anymore.
Yeah.
Nothing
Wow.
around here is
For now,
Dell's
I
right.
guess.
Right.
You have to follow these steps after you
did
board
they
the
ever
legacy.
did they try and think
be
about
on the
bringing
lookout
somebody else
for two
in?
transfer
Well, they asked us what
modules.
we wanted to do.
Once you
And we
locate the vault's
just
control
thought about
center,
like
hook
100
up
different
the-
permutations.
And before you
for it,
get
just
any
landed
bright
on the fact that
ideas, like
we didn't want to
running
replace
off with
him
the money,
because
that
that
currency
person
is
would
going
be
to be heavily encrypted.
already shunned. You know, like you can't talk.
Only a genius like
so we
Shinya
just
will
were
be
like,
able to crack that
let's
encryption.
just right now
So
we're
bring it
bringing in a
back,
guest each episode to just help out with the punishment.
Uh-huh.
But it's like people that we
Are
know
you
that
kidding?
we're really psyched and interested
Look,
to get on.
Ah,
You
interesting.
know,
That
so we've had
money
like
ends up
Eric
anywhere
Andre,
but
Method Man,
now
Jillian
get-
Bell, Rob
Come
Riggle,
back
David
with
Cross,
Crix's legacy.
like all these
fun.
like really cool guests, you know, and like we're booking, you know, we finished season 9, the last
I
9
need to
episodes
get
that we
those
started
defensive
before the
back.
pandemic.
The comm spike
So those
traces
start
in
airing
between
in
that
I don't know
file
when
you
this comes
lifted
out,
from
but
all you have
those
to
start
do is
airing
get
June
within the
16th.
vicinity.
Okay.
And then in 2 weeks, we've been writing
Well,
season
you-
10, and in 2
the
weeks we
version
start
for your-
filming season 10.
Instead,
And we'll do
there's a nice
for the
side
first time,
effect.
I'll be shortening
Embedding the module
episodes.
will make your ship
We're gonna
somewhat
we'll do
EM.
18 because I want to kind of have 6 months on, 6 months off to do comedy and stuff. So we're doing 18
Not a
episodes. We've got
problem.
18 guests. But
Conduction
then,
grid data is all
check
set
this
up in
out.
the system.
They're just in the
Sounds like
in the
fun.
punishment. We do a cold open with them and a couple of interstitials, so they're like threaded through the episode.
Okay.
So they're like anchored as the guests. But in the middle bits, when we need 4, we made it so that we can bring anybody we want at all, anyone.
Wow.
So the idea at first was like, oh, look, we could bring anyone, like from a comedian friend to our family to literally like the thing was, we said the halal guy outside our office.
Yeah.
And we started doing that. Like I brought my barber on. You know, we brought like it just so because it's like just a mixed bag, you know.
Yeah.
So so we did that, and it's been fun. You know, it's just a different energy and stuff. You know.
Yeah.
So it's been good. So we start filming that in a couple weeks.
Wow.
Yeah.
Is it hard to stay motivated with it as things keep going that much? Is it hard to like, not that you don't care about it, but is it what have you learned about that? Has that been interesting?
Yeah, I mean, you know, the motivation's there, you know, because it's our reputation, and the show's been on so long, and I'm not gonna half-ass it, you know.
Yeah.
But we said we would do the show until we like stopped having fun, but it's just so much fun.
Yeah.
You know, and you know, our crew is another 40, 50 people that you don't see. Well, we put them on a lot now. We put our crew on, but like, so it's not just us having fun. Like, we've been with these people, some of them for 10 years. So it's like this family, you know. So we still have fun, man. And we, you know, the pandemic made us have to rethink how we did everything. So we did a whole season in a pandemic when we couldn't even go up to anybody. So that was fun because we had to. We're always trying to push and change and evolve it and stuff like that. So you know, so it's always a little different each season. Like we don't just go back and do the same bits we did. Like when people describe the show, they go, "Oh, these friends they put in the earpiece and they have to do and say what they're told, and if not, you get punished." That's the most simple way to explain the show. It is, and it is like a third of the show.
Yeah.
And it was a lot of the show when we first started, but in the first season or two. But really, if you watch the show, that is just one element of it. There's so much. We create so many scenarios and games and situations and like that aren't even beholden to doing and saying what you're told.
Right.
But it's
I
just
need to
like
get
that's
those
the easiest
defensive
way
batteries online,
to.
so
That's
make
the
this
elevator
fast.
pitch.
Right.
Not a
So,
problem.
But yeah, we you know we have fun like
And
figuring
I
all
need
those
your
things out.
cash.
Yeah. Are you worried about not having Joe on there?
You know, I was because he's just
He's one of a kind.
He's one of a kind,
All you
and
guys
he's the funniest dude in the world. And then like, but it's like you have a recipe that's working, and then if you remove a main ingredient, so we didn't know what to
need to get
expect,
those
you know.
defensive
But
batteries. Not
you
a
know,
problem.
because of the nature of the show, whereas like we
Sure.
we are out there like we're always switching who we're doing it with, so nothing felt foreign because I've been out there with Murr, just me and him. I've been out there with you, just me, and I've been out there alone, just me. So in that respect, it didn't feel like completely foreign. And then we were so focused on getting the new formula to work, and then getting this energy from these people that came on as guests, that like that kind of like filled like a little bit of like what would be. And it took like, it's like when you get on stage, we got there, we started to film, and we're like, all right, let's see how this is gonna be. Like, I don't know if it's gonna be gloomy. Of course we miss him,
Yeah.
but then you start laughing. And you're like, oh shit, I'm laughing. I had fun today.
Right.
And then you're like, all right, we're still laughing, we're still having fun, So.
Yeah, that's the barometer. I think, and that's always been the barometer. I think with you guys' group, it seems like. I mean, I remember the first time I ever hung out with you guys was in Nashville at like the Wild West Comedy Fest. This was years ago.
Yeah, man.
And I couldn't.
2014 is when I met you, I think.
Yeah, I
13 or
couldn't
14.
believe how much fun it was.
At the festival?
Yeah, and just being around you guys, like, it was ridiculous. And then Joe is so crazy. And then afterwards, they're like, he doesn't even drink. I'm like, what?
Yeah.
I thought he was drinking his own blood.
He'll be on a bar with his shirt off. He doesn't drink. He doesn't do drugs. He doesn't do anything.
It just blew my mind as to how much fun could be had by a grouut. Yeah, I think that's what it's always been for a lot of people. Let me text my therapist real quick.
Yeah, but
Then I'm gonna be late. And then what time do you gotta roll out at?
probably I got a 12:30, but it's only like 15 away, so maybe like 10,
7, 8 minutes.
10 minutes. Yeah. Zoom. It's been helpful to Zoom. With therapy.
Yeah,
I used to have to go into the city to do it.
You
Now
did?
can just do it on Zoom. Yeah.
Yeah, I think once I got comfortable enough with the therapist, I'm going twice a week right now and going to a lot of meetings. So
Good, man.
Yeah, dude, this is like, even just being able to sit here and laugh with you, it's been so hard over the past few years.
I could imagine, bro.
I don't know what happened. It just something happened, and it wasn't.
You got a good support system around you.
Now it's working better. I think I was trying other things than like maybe my recovery program to make me feel better, and it wasn't help. It just wasn't working out. So I'm trying to lean back into that.
You look good, bro.
Thanks, man.
You do.
I feel pretty healthy. You look good, man.
Thank you. I'm in the worst shape of my life, but I appreciate it.
Are you?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, I gotta turn it around now. I gotta turn it around.
Why?
Yeah, because I need to. That's too much. I filmed my first special in January too.
You
I
are?
want to lose like 50 pounds. Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, I haven't started yet, but
Right.
it's around the corner.
But do you feel different being like? Why do you want to be like fit, or what do you have
I
an
just
idea?
don't want
in
to
your
feel
head?
like I feel now.
Oh, you feel bad?
Well, no, but like I don't know. It's just like anything.
Right.
When you're like, I'm someone who's fluctuated in weight my whole life, up and down 50 every few years. I go from like 250 up to 250, 250 for like the last 15 years. So it's just like when I hit 250, I gotta get back down to 2.
Oh, okay.
And it's a journey there, and I stay there for a while, and I slowly go back up and back down.
It's like one of those carnival games, kind of.
Yeah.
Everything with you kind of has like a little bit of a game.
But you look great. I know you probably know this. We go back a while. You know me in my personal life too. So like, if you ever you call me anytime, man.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, man, for anything like that. Anything, just to vent, to bounce shit off of, whatever. I know that I'm not like I'm on the East Coast, but like, dude,
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks, man. Yeah, I think sometimes I got in this negative place where I felt just like really isolated, and I was isolating myself. So it was like I was creating a lot of my own problems, and I just didn't realize it though. Like, but it's it's something that's just life. It's like my life got super busy. It's like you don't know what happens when your life gets busy, when things change for you. Like, I remember one time we were at some party and you had tried to not have a manager for a while, and you're like, finally, I have to have help.
Yeah. We didn't have one for years, a couple of years.
I remember
And
that.
it was just like, it was a tipping point. And it was like, we were holding out, you know, because you hear that. Agents would say, you don't need a manager. Managers say you don't need an agent. Or even today, people are like, fuck manager, you know, why are you giving all that away? A lot of our boys don't have managers.
Yeah, I don't have one now.
Yeah.
But I remember just you saying that, we have to get, I got to a point, you were like, I got to a point where I needed to get some help.
Yeah, I think it, like, you know, with the TV and stuff, you kind of need someone to fight those battles and navigate that for you.
Yeah.
If it was just like,
Port
just
ships have
solely
arrived,
just doing
Commander.
stand-up the way that everyone's DIY
Good.
these days and building their
After
own
we're done
audiences
here,
and stuff.
arrange a briefing.
I think now that
I want all
it's
of their
shifting
CEOs
with
over
me.
here as soon as
I'm with my
possible.
team for so long
Yes,
now.
sir.
They're like family, you know, so.
Yeah.
There
If
you
you have television and
Where
stuff
have you
involved, I do
been?
think it gets different.
Yeah.
We had a couple questions that came in. I wanted to get to one or two of them real quick from some listeners, man.
Don't mistake what you're doing as some sort of heroic. I've received the reports about your foray into Genodyne.
And basically, I'm just
Last
asking
piece of
you, Sal.
Which means
have
it's
you
time
ever
to
got
put all the
swung
cards on
on
the
in
table
Jokers?
and prepare to attack the key.
Sure, people ask that a lot, huh?
Yeah, I almost did.
Thanks to your
Look,
evidence.
after 10 years, not a lot.
Finally,
Because
before you jump to Bannock,
we're not really trying to.
the credit from
piss
that
people
Gal
off.
Bank transport
We're more
cannot
trying
reach
to,
the
like,
fleet. You have to bring them here at
bewilder,
all
confuse,
costs.
like, whatever.
Your
Just,
God
you know, it's
gains
more like
access to
that.
those
It's more on
resources.
us. But every once in a while, you're going to come across a person that already
possibly
is like that in their normal
We've been
life. and
monitoring
is
the
just looking for
Crimson
something.
Fleet's comm chatter
So
in the
we've
Crick system.
all of us have
They're
been a
gathering
couple
allies
times
by
in
making
each
promises
situation.
based on your
One
success.
time I was at the car show at the
As much as I
JPG
hate
Center,
to
and I
admit
was
it,
working for Fiat.
UCC's death
That
won't
was what I was
stand a
doing, and
chance.
they
cannot
kept
help
this
but
guy and this girl
admire
walked
their
up and they kept
commitment
saying
to
like
their
just
mission.
shadow the girl, like if she turns
The only
like don't
admiration
ever like
I
stay
hold
behind
for
her.
Crimson
So
Fleet
she
is the
pivoted and I
fact
went
that they
behind
aren't
her.
going to
It
be
was
a
like the
problem
first
for
second I
much
did it,
longer.
and he literally pushed her out of the way, grabbed me and put his fist back. He said, "What are you doing? What are you doing right now?" And
her boyfriend?
Yeah, he's a big dude.
I'm
Looked like he
pretty
did
sure
like
you're
UFC
joking.
and shit.
But
he,
just
he was
in
ripped,
case you're fishing
and, but
for
he
what
went
I'd
from
say,
0 to.
I can
He
tell
literally
you
pushed her
this.
out of the way, put
That
his fist
money
up.
doesn't belong to you.
In a half a
Or the
second, all I did,
Crimson Fleet,
and
or
he's like,
even
"Go ahead,
UCCC.
go ahead." He goes, "What are you doing? What are you
It
doing?"
was for
And I
war
was in like a suit
reparations
jacket and
and
tie, I was
belongs
like
to the people.
showing the Fiat.
Allowing Delgado
And
to
I
get
looked at him,
Chris's legacy.
and he literally, you know, there's a
You're
difference
not
between like,
doing
go
it
ahead,
for
bro.
me.
He was like,
You're
you saw like
All right.
like he
Yes,
was like
this.
that,
When you
and
return here with-
I didn't want to like antagonize it anymore, you know, diffuse.
Oh yeah.
So I just looked at him.
During
and
the
he goes,
end
"What are
of
you
the
doing? What are you
Marian War,
doing?" I go,
money was
"I'm
destined
just
to
trying to get
bolster
you guys into a Fiat."
even though we were rivals at the time.
And I just stayed the course. And he's like,
Still
"Yeah, all
are
right,
to
what do you?
some extent.
Don't fuck with me." He's
credits
like, "Don't." He goes,
after
"Go
the
ahead."
money is
Man,
turned
and I
over
just
to
went,
master,
I don't know what you mean, man. He goes,
certain
I'm
arrangements
just trying to
will
show
be
you
made to
guys this
return
Fiat.
the money.
Like just soft like that, you know. And then like they took him away, and then they, you know,
Stay
and then
focused.
he didn't want to do
Careful out
nothing. But Murray got slapped in the face hard with a guy's cell phone. Like he went like that, like popped him in the face. But this guy was crazy though. This guy, we were filming at like a odd job store, like you know what that is? Like
Oh yeah, they got different stuff in there.
Like yeah.
It'll like have like half of an autumn, and you're like, what is this even for?
Yeah, like and truly, and like cereal and like all that shit, right?
Oh yeah, they got like rescue milk.
Yes. So this guy is on his phone, and he's a big dude, man. He was like 6'5", huge dude, and Murray is. The guy's talking, and they have bins, and I guess the guy's standing there, and the bin in front of Murray has bras, and but this bin might have no pads, you know. But so Murray, like as he's on the phone, I would like Murray takes out the bra, and he's like, what's up? And the guy comes to see. I hear my wife's side, and then he puts up the guy, and the guy just whipped him out. He goes, "What are you fucking doing?" And then the guy, I guess, is having a bad day, and he just looked at Murray and started to go at him, and then Murray ran and started chasing Murray, charging at him, screaming. Charging at him and swinging at him, and Murray's running around the aisles, and the guy's chasing him. Full public. The restaurant's open, the store is open, and then he swung at him, and he clipped him right here, right? And then everyone was like, all right, and then they asked him to leave, and the guy went out. He goes, I'm gonna come back here. He goes, I'm leaving. I'm gonna come back here. And I'm gonna fucking kill everybody. We had to shut it down immediately because we didn't know if that was a true threat. He was screaming, I'm gonna come back here. I'm gonna kill you guys. I'm coming back. And we're like, all right, let's just.
Interference is intense here, but the conduction grid seems to be working.
Yeah, but that's really uncommon.
Oh
yeah, that
I used to hide. This is like your game. I remember just hiding at my buddy's house in his campus. When I was a kid, man.
Oh shit. Oh, yeah, what are you gonna do, kids? What'd it smell like?
Oh, it smelled like fun.
Did it smell like perfume, or did it smell like hamper?
Yeah, it smelled like perfume. I think it just smelled like a home, kind of, you know.
Yeah.
It was like, you know, looking for. I wasn't really looking exactly.
He didn't know you did that.
No.
Yeah.
The damage done here
And I would
certainly
never-
indicates
if you
we
were
are
on his
not the
deathbed
first
or
to
something
find
like
the
that, I
ship.
Or if his
He
mom
might
were
be if
dying.
he knows you.
Yeah. That's fucking hilarious. Well, let's got one more question maybe that came through, man. I got to go to therapy, dude. Damn.
Morning, Sal. Or good afternoon, Theo. Good afternoon, Sal. I've got a question, and it's what's the poorest thing you've done? For example, mine was I used to wash my car at the petrol station with the little windscreen wiper, get around the whole car in the grease, everything.
That's a pretty good idea.
Free car wash. So yeah, what's the poorest thing you ever done?
Hey, mate.
I've done a lot of poor things.
Yeah, have you?
Poor, yeah, I mean, I didn't come from any money.
Yeah.
But after growing up, I got to think about it. Like, I mean, I did poor stuff. One thing I did, I don't know if it's the poorest thing I've done, but one thing when I was older and I started working out of college, I was working at Prudential Securities, and they had a cafeteria. And what I would do is, and someone told me this and I did it, but I used to do it all the time, but I was sweating every time I did it. What I would do is I would go get a large Dixie cup and cap for a fountain soda.
Okay.
But then I would go to the chicken tender station and I would stuff the Dixie cup with like 6-7 chicken tenders, put it on, put the straw in, go and pay like $1.19 for the cup instead of $7 for the tenders. Yeah, that was like when I was like a 9 to 5, like I was like I had a desk and everything. And I would go and steal those chicken fingers like every other day, man. And I was always, when I got on the line to pay, like I was always so nervous that they were gonna, because it really is, that's really a bad look. If you get caught with that, you know what I mean?
Caught, with a cup of chicken tender. You're like, I thought it was chicken soda.
Crew recording initiated.
But it was like, I'm trying to save money, man.
Yeah, that's a good one.
I was making no money, like my salary at this high school at a college was $28,000 a year.
Wow. Yeah, you're cutting corners then, man. I remember one time we had a rental car. And we got in an accident. It got a dent in it, right?
Yeah.
And we tried to get, we got like caught some bird, right, pigeons, and got them to shit over the dent, so that it would hide the thing. Yeah.
This is. Yeah, I guess they shit enough that like it might happen.
Oh, you could make it look for sure. I mean, we shit up half the whole, like 1/4.
But what? You just held a pigeon?
Yeah.
Oh, I can't hold fowl.
Really?
No.
Oh wow.
They tried to make me commandeer a chicken on the show, and she never. But they're too wiry. They're too like I don't know. Birds, I don't mind them in the air, but I don't like handling them.
Ooh.
They put a hawk on my wrist once. I shit myself.
You couldn't handle it, huh?
Nah. Joe used to have a parrot that would attack me.
Of course he did.
Yeah.
Wonder what that's about.
The parrot?
Just the whole thing.
Crew recording initiated.
Well, no, the hawk was scary as shit.
Yeah.
But I don't know, just a while. I mean, maybe you can get something you can get used to. But that was the first time I was ever handling a chicken.
Oh yeah.
And, you don't know,
Yeah, well, chickens are very volatile.
Yeah.
I think it's they deserve to be an entree. That's what I think.
Really?
I think when I see some of the meats on entree list, and I'm like, this motherfucker don't deserve to make it up here in the top
We know
5.
why he got here.
Yeah, but chicken, if chicken's in there, I'm like, these bitches deserve it because they're pretty gangster, man.
Yeah.
We had a turkey farmer on, and the turkey, they'll once one of them dies, they'll freaking,
They'll go at that one.
It's very, it's very, like, I don't know what that movie is called, Gangs of New York. They get very
territorial.
Yeah, they'll fucking second year out. It's year out.
Wow.
They don't play.
Okay.
Well, dude, we didn't even get to talk really about the cruise that I came on with. We'll have to talk about it next time.
Anytime, dude. I'd love to. This was so much fun.
Dude, thank you so much.
I don't think I've ever done this with you. I don't think so. Yeah, right on.
I'm glad you, dude. Thank you so much for coming.
Come on. If you're ever in New York, come on out. I do a podcast called Hey Babe.
Oh yeah, I
with
know you
Stefano.
do. Yeah.
And one called Taste Buds with Joe DeRosa. If you know Joe.
Oh yeah, I know Joe too.
We do a podcast called Taste Buds. So we got the two. Come on either of them anytime. Taste Buds, we're just arguing over foods.
Really?
It's fun. It's just like we just literally get into real big arguments.
Oh wow.
Over just like food, and then me and Chris are just just bullshitting and stuff.
Yeah, man, I love him.
Well, anytime, we'd love to have you on.
Dude, yeah, especially now that I'm starting to feel a bit better, I think it'll be easier for me to go do them. It's hard for me to go be a guest just because also you got your own podcast. It's hard.
Oh hell yeah.
But especially New York was kind of closed, so I got to get up there and see you guys.
Yeah, I never do this when I'm out here. This whole trip, because I'm touring, so I came through on tour, and I was like, I'm just gonna do all my friends' podcast, just do everybody's podcast, which I never did do it. So it's been a fun week, man.
That's cool, man.
Yeah.
Well, thanks for making us one of them, man. I appreciate it.
Yeah, of course, of course.
And the new season, when does it come up?
June 16th, it starts on Thursday nights, and I'm touring. I have like 20, 30 cities up right now, and I'm adding all the time on my website, salvolcanocomedy.com. Vegas is one that I just announced that I'm excited about to get going, but yeah, there's tons of cities up there, man. We're doing Phoenix and Boulder and Vancouver, Seattle, Portland, Evansville,
Crew
Louisville,
recording initiated.
Everywhere now.
All right,
Just
how long has Bakara been locked in
did
there?
Nashville, Minneapolis, Milwaukee. I mean, it's loaded up. I've been loaded up.
All I know
Cool.
is he took some
You guys can check it out and go check out Sal in person, man. Any way you get Sal Volcano is a great way to get him. And I'm grateful to get spend time with you, man. Thanks so much, dude.
Bakara, can you hear me? You need to open this door and let us in. The hell with it. I'm going to use the override.
I already tried that. He's rewired the door or something.
Though the sun may not be bright, if we look inside our souls, there's light. It's a good enough day to love. Though the blankets
Maybe change the code. Not sure what he's done.
Kilner, can we cut through the bulkhead or the door? I'm open to any suggestions.
To be honest, I wouldn't go cutting anything in this ship right now. The structure is extremely unstable.
Damn it. Well, we can't.
You know him, he's one of the impractical jokers. And this guy has probably made more people laugh than anybody. Maybe I'm trying to think of somebody that tickles people that's real famous. I don't even know, but he's probably one of the top 40 or 50 funniest people that you probably ever even heard of or not heard of. And he's here today. He has a new show on TBS called Misery Index. He has countless seasons of his hit show, The Impractical Jokers. He's one of the Tenderloins, and that's their original group of improvists. Ladies and gentlemen, my guest, my friend, Mr. Joe Gatto, or Gatto. I'm not sure. I'm going to ask him right now.
I'll sit and tell you my story. Shine that light on me.
I've seen tanks like this traded by smugglers, but never one that
What island is that? How does that rank amongst other islands, you think?
Oh, they call it the Caribbean of of the New York Harbor.
That's cool, man. I didn't know that. Yeah, I got to go to Staten Island, man.
You never been to Staten Island?
I don't think I've been there. I mean, I always hear you guys talk about it, you know, and you hear a lot of people talk about it, you know. Like
Most people go through it because
Yeah.
like it's the connector between Brooklyn and Jersey or Long Island and Jersey, you know. So a lot of people go through it, but a lot of people, it's the free way to see the Statue of Liberty.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you take the Staten Island Ferry, which is free.
Yeah.
As opposed to the Liberty Ferry, which takes you to Liberty Island, and you have to get off and look at the feet of it. And when you're there, there's like nothing to do, so you could
can't
drive
get a good
by.
look at it.
Right. So
Yeah.
you get the best look from the ferry. So you see everybody on one side of the boat on the way there, and then one side of the boat on the way back. Just like right hanging out.
Dude, you used to work on the ferry, didn't you?
No.
Did you?
Work on a ferry.
Yeah, did you ever?
Time was tough. Yeah, I panhandled for a while.
No, did you a long time ago or no?
No. I didn't work on the ferry.
Yeah, I thought somebody told me that. what was a job that you had that you actually missed that was a long time ago?
I love sales. I was
You
in
did?
sales all the time. Yeah, when I came out here to chase the dream, I was going to be a screenwriter. That's where I'm hoping to end up. And I came out here to do that in 2003 to 05, and I ended up working at Nordstrom's at the Grove.
Oh, wow.
And I crushed the retail game for a while.
Did you really?
Yeah, I crushed it.
What was like one of your go-to moves if somebody wandered in, like, you know?
I worked in the rail, which is the men's section that sell like high-end jeans and like t-shirts and all
yeah.
that stuff, right? Yeah. So
Wow, that's a quality section.
It's a quality section, yeah. We actually put it on the map. I don't want to brag, but I was a platinum pace setter salesman. Number 5 across the country.
Were you
Anyway,
really?
Yeah, $1 million in a year, but that's
Oh my
neither here or there. I mean, who's
God.
bragging? No one.
And you guys are selling some real wild stuff in there.
Yeah, it was like when Von Dutch hats. I put the one on everybody. I didn't care about
even newborns, huh?
That's
Even
it.
stillborns.
Guys, that's it, man. You know, $1 is $1. I worked on commission.
Dude, that was a $60 hat.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, I used to do the thing because we worked in the men's section when I had a great scheme. It's all commission.
Really?
No hourly. You don't get paid. You don't get paid if you don't sell, right? So that was it. Which seems illegal.
Yeah.
I think it is. Wow. So I
You don't
did
get paid. That's like drugs. That's almost like drugs. But it's vest.
Yes, it is.
But it's vest.
It's the bond past the bond. So I did the. I had like girlfriends who were their boyfriends, and when the boyfriends would come to shop, and I'd be like, oh, and you, I'm sure you need some jeans too. Let me take you upstairs and introduce you to Chelsea. And I would go up there, and I would have a deal with Chelsea upstairs, like whatever you sell them, I get 50% of. And it was such a great scheme because you could sell anything in the store. And then eventually I became known there as like, because I was fun and funny, you know, and I didn't really, I was pretty good with people, and I would sell anything. So I was like, oh, I need a watch. I'm like, yeah, I know watches.
Yeah.
I walk over, I get a key from some guy, I'd be like,
I got
oh,
you over
that's
here.
it.
Next thing you know, you became a Nordic track somewhere. On the 5th floor.
They sell like Teslas at the Grove now.
Yeah.
There's a Tesla inside the North. There's a Tesla. I was like, can you sell Teslas? I'll come back. Forget TV, man. I'm coming back to sell Teslas.
You start wandering. You make deals all across the Grove. So you're wandering out of Nordstrom. You're just a personal shopper.
Then I got recruited. I got poached from Nordstrom to this high-end. It's called HD Buttercup. It's
furniture.
I opened that store.
Did you really?
I did. I was their first personal shopper.
Dude, it's pricey over there.
It's crazy. And I worked out a deal with them that, like, because they have their setup was called manu-tailors, right? So they have little stores within a big store. So it's a huge bakery.
Like kind of like that Fred Siegel.
Yeah, exactly, right? So they had that whole setup, and I was like, oh, okay, so I want to sell the whole store. And they're like, oh, no, you would just... And they're like, what? I was like, well, I'm just going to sell everything. So I would just walk around and sell everything to anybody who walked in the door. And I actually helped Jessica Alba with like rugs. Like that was my big thing for a while. I like helped her she was there with her brother, and I helped her with like some rugs and stuff. And that was like my claim to fame for a while. And I went around and I was like, yeah, I sold drugs to Jessica Alba. Like I just jumped it up.
Oh, magic carpets, we call them.
But there was they had an antique section. And there was one guy that worked
This is at HD Buttercup.
At HD Buttercup, inside one of the manu-tails was an antique guy.
Okay.
And it's all commission there, too. I worked out a deal where it was hourly plus commission, so I got like 3% or 5%. I think I got 5% there. And I said, okay, I was like, whatever I sell, I get 5% of it. And this guy, and I was like eating tuna fish. Like, you know what it's like when you move out here. Like, I was like a peanut butter. I couldn't afford the jelly. It was like peanut butter sandwiches.
Yeah.
So
and then just squeeze the packet of jelly into your mouth. I would get a bite of the peanut butter sandwich and then squeeze a little bit of the jelly in there.
Yeah, just fill your pockets at any condiment
Popeyes
station.
had great jelly, too. Some places have shady jelly, I thought. But that's a different chat.
I don't know if you want us to get into that now. Let's come back. We'll circle back.
Yeah, let's say. So we're at HD Buttercup. You got the antique
section.
So what happened? What was that?
I don't know. I don't know shit about antiques. The guy goes on break. He's like, hey, I got to go pick up my daughter. I think he had to pick up his daughter from school or something. He's like, do you mind just watching us till we quit? Nobody ever went.
Oh, listen to all the white privilege in that guy's life, huh? His daughter's at school.
Yeah, he's like, I go pick her up. But whatever he had to do, or he had a doctor appointment.
If he's antique, it's probably
do some research. He's like, let me go get a bureau, right? He goes on break, and a woman walks in. and was like, oh, could you help me with? She's like, I'm looking for an antique chest. I'm like, sure. So I walk in, and I hadn't hardly ever walked into this because I didn't know anything about it.
Yeah.
And there's only so much you can fake, right? So I get in. And she's like,
yeah, this is from a battleship.
Yeah, right. Like it's all.
Oh, this smells like Lincoln.
Oh yeah, this has got mahogany and Lincoln. That's what this is right here. I'm just throwing out terms. So she was like, she walked in and she fell in love with this like armoire, this like big.
Oh yeah, those are real nice.
And I was like, oh, this is real nice. She's like, oh, I think my husband will like this. I was like, I think it was like an anniversary gift or something. I was like, oh, okay. I was like, I can get you the information. She's like, oh no, I'll take it. And this guy's on lunch, and I work on commission, 5%. And I'm like, all right. And I look at the price, it was $40,000. And I was like, where would you like that delivered? And that was like,
and you put it on your back, right?
Yeah, I got an Uber for it. It's back in the day, so there wasn't even that. Like, I'll carry this. I will walk all of Culver City.
Oh, you had to know, you had to know a couple Tongans or Hawaiians to fucking, you know what I'm saying? Now it's furniture. And before they came here, there was furniture to stay where it was.
All over. It's like you moved to the furniture. You're like, this is a nice restaurant. I live here now. Yeah, but that was my big thing. And then I moved back to New York.
And so when you made that move back to New York, had you like kind of given up on some of that dream a little bit? Like was it a little bit of that move? Because I mean, we've all done a little bit of that move at some point. I think like there was a point I was out here for like 6 years, and then I moved back to Louisiana for a while, and I was doing margaritas or something, or making margaritas for at a real halfway house of a fucking tacoteria. It was like a taco. They had like this real shady cafe with tacos, and then they had a bar like hooked to it.
Really?
Yeah, and they had the margarita machine, and I broke it. I did the settings wrong, and then I had to pretend like it wasn't broke, dude.
It was like Johnny Buffett's Margaritaville.
Yeah, it was real shady.
Yeah. One off.
Yeah, it was like it was like Che Guevara's Margaritaville or something. People are like, this is. This is interesting.
Yeah.
So when you moved back, was it because of
Well, when I moved back, my grandma passed away. My grandmother and my mother were divorced together, like within 5 days of each other. So they always had each other. So my mom was like alone now.
Oh.
So I felt like and you know what? I was like, it's at my grandmother's funeral actually. My hand was kind of forced. At my grandmother's funeral, I had come in from LA, and I said to my mom, I was like, maybe I'll move back to New York, just out loud, like just streaming cars. I was like, maybe I'll move back to New York in a little bit. And she started crying and hugged me, said, thank you. I was like, okay, I guess I'm moving back to New York. Like, I can't be like, back off, lady, Yeah. So I was like, all right, I'll move back. So I decided
And you guys are pretty close, you and your mom?
Yeah, we were. Yeah.
So, so at that point, you don't really have a choice then if if you guys are close and she wants you back.
Yeah, so I came back and I moved back into her basement as good 30-year-old sons do.
They'll say fire up the record player, dude.
Yeah, we it's the same basement actually where before I moved is where the Tenderloin used to rehearse. My young boys, we used to rehearse down there. Me, Salmar, and before we did our shows, we used the same basement. So I ended up living where I was doing improv rehearsal. So I was in a good mental space. And I ended up getting a job because of out here in retail at that one of the Manu-tailers there. Brought me into a show at the Jacob Javits Center. This is big. Vendors and stuff.
Okay, where's Javits Center?
It's in Manhattan.
It's in Manhattan.
It's the big conference center there in Manhattan. So it's like the design center here, whatever. It's where they have those big conferences. It's huge. It's where Comic-Con is in New York.
Right.
So I decided to work to help her out with this thing, and I'm just selling bullshit and just selling all this stuff to people who are coming in to open in stores. And this one woman came up to me. Her name was Allie, and she was the CEO of a new store called Giggle, a baby store. And so I started selling some stuff that she really liked.
You could easily sell something baby. The money they have, though.
You just have to make it cute, shake it, make sure it makes noise.
Yeah.
Don't shake the baby, the toy.
Wow. Dude, kids nowadays. Dude,
they're resilient.
Yeah, well, they had this lady the other day. She was like, man, these children are going to be bad. These children act like years before.
They got nothing to lose. They don't know any better.
I was like, that is kind of true. As some of these little assholes.
Yeah, it's funny because my son and daughter, she acts super different. My daughter has 4 of my sons too, and my 2-year-old son acts completely different than my 2-year-old daughter. Like my daughter's all prim and proper. Like you go go color, and she'd sit in the corner for 4 hours with just color and a crayon.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, the little women, I feel like they want to change the world. They have like hope and stuff. And the boys, a lot of them are violent.
One dumb, just running around, knocking stuff over. Yeah. That's my boy. That's my Remo.
Yeah. It's almost crazy to watch. You're like, what is going on? These kids are nuts. They're bananas.
You kind of want to pull them over and be like, listen, what are you doing?
Yeah.
What's going on?
This is how you do it. Dude, my little nephew used to hide on top of shit, like on bookshelves and shit, and be real quiet.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he was like 19 months old. That's insane. There's no way he got up there by natural causes. No, I'm saying this dude ain't no fucking.
He's sort of seeked that out. He's like, we're gonna make some happen.
Oh, you could tell he'd definitely been like envisioning being up on that shelf. And he just woke up there one morning. This ain't no free solo.
No, it's all about the angle. He's the most damage. Come down strong.
Oh yeah, dude. He was really. Yeah, there's some of these children that are just wild. They got the Edgar Allan Poe in them. Something's going on. They got dirty birds in the back of the brain.
Yeah.
But so now Tenderloins. Now, one story that I love about you guys as a group of Impractical Jokers is that Tenderloins is y'all's original group. And was there members that we don't know about? Were there other members? Because you mentioned the guy Mike.
Yeah. There was 2 that we brought on. One was Mike was the original. Mike Baccio. Went to high school with him as well. Wow. And Quinn. Just Quinn. Q didn't.
Yeah.
He didn't go that way. And Botch actually got a job and grew up, and he got married and everything, like before all of us. Like he became a grown up, and the rest of us went trying to just didn't match with his schedule anymore. Like we would want to shoot like on a Wednesday at like 4 o'clock. He's like, guys, I'm at work. Like what are you talking about? I can't.
Right.
He just kind of family. We seen more.
Oh, nice. Wow. Is it not heavy, but is it like, is it interesting to think like, oh, if you've been there, does he ever like, you guys ever lament on it a little bit? And we always think that in a positive way.
Yeah, really good. Well worth it. Like, it's not more like Q&A, it's more adult. Because a lot of this that we Q video, right, and scripted, and writing stuff in Q is a very strong line. He helped us with
I cannot wait to kill.
Really corny, and he was like, funny. People liked it. Yeah, the combination of all of our senses. We were making a margarita,
right?
That was the right. If you're making a janky ass margarita,
yeah, you can't have the baby powder like somebody. And anybody else was there?
There was a guy that jumped in for a little bit, Gideon, who was an actor friend of ours that moved to New York from Florida.
Oh, nice.
A friend of ours, and he filled in for a little bit too, and he was like a fifth while Botch was still with us.
Have you ever done an episode that where you guys had them pop in or anything?
No, we actually used Botch's daughter, Sienna, in one of the times where sometimes we take to the park and we have our daughter like as an actress or whatever, and we use Botch's daughter, Sienna.
That's cool.
And we did it twice. We just did something recently with her. I don't think it aired yet. Well, we brought it back.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. So they're in the mix, we see, talk and stuff, but it's fun to, the tenderloin.
You got back home, that was tenderloin.
Yeah, we came back in, and I was like, okay, so I'm back now. Because when I was away for 2 years, like they didn't do any live shows. They only did a show when I came home. So I came home. I think we did 2 or 3 shows where I came home. I'm like, hey, I'm home. Let's put a show up. And we put an improv show up, and we'd go and do it. But besides that, it was kind of defunct. It didn't really.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. You had everybody there.
Yeah. So now I was like, Joe's back. He's like, all right, what are we doing? And then we got into that's when MySpace took off and all the sketch comedy on the internet.
Yeah.
So we started doing sketches.
And what about videos? Nick, do you know what is a tenderloin? What is it? I know a tenderloin is a meat.
Yeah, it's a meat. It's a cut of meat.
Okay.
Yeah.
What is it? Can you look that up? Do you mind? I want to see what cut this thing is, so I know.
So you could put it to us.
I just want to visualize, what's going on here. The tender is part of a loin, pork, loin of beef, pork, etc.
Yeah.
So that's probably sow. Taken from under the short ribs in the hindquarters, dude.
Yeah, the hindquarters, that's Mark.
Oh, yeah.
Right, so we fill everybody in, right?
Okay. And then
the
also,
this is the good one.
Let's go to the second one. A district of a city where vice and corruption are prominent.
Q. So we're just missing me. I guess I'm the short ribs.
Okay. We'll do it, man. That's perfect.
Well, yeah, because in San Francisco there's a famous section called the Tenderloin District.
Dude,
that's where shit went down, man. The story of that.
Drugs. Dude, I actually have video on my phone of some people blowing each other from our hotel window one year.
Yeah, we had walked by when we did the San Francisco Sketch Fest back in the day, and we were staying in we thought it'd be funny if the Tenderloin stayed in the Tenderloin District, not knowing, right? So we're walking back from a 7-Eleven that had an iron fence and like you had to come in to a 7-Eleven, which I was like, this is not good. Dude. Bulletproof glass, like to enter, like you went into like a little thing to walk around that was bulletproof. It's like a little car, like a little Pope car taking you around. Right?
Whatchamacallits, bro. So people want to whatchamacallit.
We came back and there was we walked down one street. I'm not even kidding. There was just like 3 separate things of fucking going on. Yeah. And there was like 2 cops that were like looking at like a body just like this, and we were like, and we didn't know if the guy was dead or just passed out. And then when we walked back to the hotel, I'm like, that might have been a murder scene. They just found it. It was like, oh well, Jim, here we go. We got to find out.
Yeah. We're gonna start it up. Yeah, that Tenderloin's crazy, man. I remember we went to this thing called Beta Breakers a while back there, and it was like this. It was a race, I guess, where people start, I guess, at the bay and then they run like the bridge or something.
Yep.
Well, we did a bunch of mushrooms and we didn't. I don't know. We weren't really in the race or anything, but at one point we took over a table. Somebody had a table where they had all the cups of water, and we took it over right in the middle. And I'm just flying on mushrooms at this point, dude. I mean, I'm looking, the Lord's looking for me, and I'm looking for him. We're gonna meet up that afternoon.
Complete waste of time.
And people were running by in this race. There's tens of thousands of people in this race. And when they get close, someone would try to get the water, and we'd be like, no, it's for Asian people only. So you had so many people, and they're running. They have to keep going. There's a huge flow of people. They can't argue or discuss it. You'd be like, no, it's Asians only. They're like, and they just keep on running.
Passing out from dehydration a quarter mile down the road.
All these Irish people stacking up at the curb at the next turn, just boom, boom. And our Asian people were just so happy. Just flying, bro. It was just so bizarre, though.
Such a great choice.
Dude, we laughed for so long. We just sat there, and somebody had deserted their stand, bro. You know what I'm saying? This was like, this you get probably, hind quarter back in the military for this. Somebody deserted their water stand. We just took it over. They were on mushroom, serving it out.
A deserted stand is a way I made a lot of money.
External communication detected.
Not even like just me being me with my friends. Like,
because you're so much.
I walked. I was a host at any restaurant where the thing was. And I would go as far as I could. Like there's a Perkins by me in Staten Island. So I would be Perkins at night, and I could literally end up working the whole Perkins. Like I'd walk in and be like, 11 o'clock at night. People walk in, I'm like, how many? And they're like, what? If you say how many to anyone, anywhere with authority, you'll get an answer. And I promise you that. You can be anywhere. How many in your party?
You let me sit here.
That's it. I'll get you a table too. I start answering the phone. Like I could answer time take to go orders, hang up, not know what to do. These people are waiting. I don't care. Sal used to hate. There was two things Sal used to hate.
Oh, it embarrassed him?
Oh my God. There's two things.
Yeah. How about we cut the crap and you get my ass out of here?
And then
Come on, there has to be millions of credits here. We're rich.
There's only 9 of them downstairs.
Yeah. Two, he used to think this all the time. Two was, what do you call it? Two was waiting for a table at a restaurant with me. Because like when I'm in a waiting situation, I get bored and I'm like, what can I do here that's going to be fun for me? And I don't even care if other people are watching or laughing. I just like do stuff for myself half the time.
Right.
And then they would enjoy watching that, So.
Did you do that kind of stuff when you were a kid? Is it instigation you think that you kind of like, or is it? I'm trying to think of what the element is that.
I didn't.
Is it surprise? Is it instigation? Like, what is the thing that attracts you, to do that sort of stuff? I'm just trying to think of the thing in your head that's like.
I wasn't like that all growing up.
What the hell? I'm in charge of the fleet. How dare you?
I'm in charge. You're dead.
I turned the table.
Running off into the sunset with looting hand. Very romantic.
Like I
You don't care about the credits.
The books. I
Isn't that what this is all about?
When I pick them up like that, and I said, better. And I went right here.
Supporting the legacy is a one-way journey. The technology simply doesn't exist to put on stupid eyes.
The bullying team. Yeah, some schools have bullying teams. That's part of the problem, I think, in America. So you just kind of said, oh, I'm flipping the script.
So I did that, and I was like, oh, high school. We went, our class went to Old Boy Catholic High School, so we did right?
Fart.
300 people in the class. And I really felt a moment there where I was like, oh, everybody's having fun with this. And it was like kind of like bullying kind of like went away from my class. It kind of was just like, oh, we're all just fucking around together. Like it didn't matter. Like, so I felt like that was pretty cool.
Oh, that's cool.
And that has kind of like carried me throughout my whole career all the way to here now. Wow. Like, that's a big thing for me. But I was like,
perception almost.
Yeah, it was perception. And then I was like, that gave me like a weird confidence. And I think confidence is definitely my key. Like I'll try to pull off anything. I don't,
Yeah, you're strange too. Also, being strange, because I remember seeing you at the Wild West Comedy Fest, and I knew about you guys as a group, but I'd never spent any time with any of you.
Yeah, that's where we met you. Right?
Yeah, that's where I met you. Yeah, and so we're at some bar after party, and all your crew's all raging and stuff and having fun, and the life of the party. I mean, the group, and there's one guy who's just, I think that song, "We're Not Gonna Take It" song or something, right?
Yeah.
And there's one guy who's standing on a table, like right up against the wall, facing the wall, just beating the wall, dude, and nobody else is really kind of involved in what he's doing, right? But it's like the centerpiece, it's like, he's this odd ornament, this Christmas ornament in the middle of summer, bro, And that was you. you know what I mean?
Yeah. Damn, I said, damn, that guy's fucked up, dude.
And that's the thing.
Yes.
I don't drink, don't smoke, never took a drug in my life. I've never even tried a cigarette. And everybody thinks I am so high on coke.
Oh, I thought I was like, that guy's fucked.
Yeah. I have an energy my body shouldn't have. Like, I just go, because what I love about that moment is that gives anyone license in the room to be weird. Oh, I'm gonna be weird. Like, don't even worry about it, because they'd always be like, well, at least you're not that guy. Like, that's the guy I am in a party. It's like, oh, could be, look at this guy. He's crazy. Sal spent most of his life explaining that I wasn't drunk to people. Like, that's really what we have to do. When we'd go out, he'd be like, these guys would be like, look at his shirts off, he's doing the worm in the middle of the club through hot models. Like, I don't care. I was doing anything. Like,
It was beautiful. Yeah, it was inspiring. Kind of was like, oh man, I want to have that much fun. I think that's probably what people get when they watch your show, or when they watch Jokers and watched it over the years. It's like, oh, I want to have that much fun.
You know, everybody always feels like they know that. Like, if you watch a show and you didn't know us, I imagine you'd be like, oh, I got a guy like Sal. Oh, I know Sal. Well, nobody's really got a part, but like, you know, everybody's like, I got a guy like him. You know, in your clique or growing up. So I think there's part of that people really that talks to people.
Yeah. Do you when you think about like kind of like the next steps and stuff, because at a certain point, like, you guys have all grown so much, you know? Yeah. Does it start to seem, I know you have the new show now that you're doing, the Misery Index, but do you mentioned directing and stuff earlier, do you start to like think about things like that, you know?
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
I've always had, I never thought this would be it. I never want to be in front of the camera.
Yeah,
ever.
dude, you just were trying to fucking work at Nordstrom.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Just trying to fold
It will
pants.
not end.
I'm just trying to sell high-end T-shirts. Let a guy work his Pima cotton.
Yeah,
you know. But I'm trying to get Pima cotton to the people. But I did like I was always behind the camera guy. Always directing, producing. That's always what I wanted to do. Even the Tenderloin stuff, like I always did. Like that was like one of our most famous sketches. I'm barely in because I was like directing and like I love editing and all that stuff.
Right.
But and even with this show, like that's what I do. Like I help show on this whole thing.
Oh, okay, you do.
I jump in.
Wow.
I was the first one that had to quit my job full time. So I kind of got like, I was like, guys, are we doing this? Because I got to give up on Giggle. Like, I had to quit Giggle. Everybody else was able to work both jobs. Q was still a fireman.
Crew recording.
Sal still owned it was still
Crew
bartending.
recording.
Well, let's say, look, still a fireman is a unique term as well. I'm not saying I love firemen, right?
Yeah.
Especially if there's a fire going on.
The number one person you want to see.
But there's not a fire, dude. They're basically people that are training for the hot dog eating contest.
That's exactly right. Yeah. But, you know, good people at heart.
Playing softball.
That's what they're doing.
Professional softball
That's what they're doing, yeah. Discussing sports, like that's what they do. You know? But they, you know, so everybody had their job to fall back on. And I was like, I have to be all in. When we shot the pilot, she gave me 2 weeks off. And then when it was like, hey, you got to shoot the first season, we're going to do it in the next 6 months. I was like, hey, CEO, I'm going to need 6 months off. And she's like, I can't do that. She's like, door's open. If it doesn't work out, you can come back.
But you guys, and the Tenderloins, you guys did, a lot of people don't know, you guys had years of trying.
16 years.
And have also did a couple of pilots that didn't take.
Yeah, we had two, one for Spike. And then one for...
Remember Spike? Is that still a network?
I don't think it is. I don't think it is.
In the end, I think it was just cars like crashing into each other.
No, I think it was cars crashing and like a music video segment, you know. Or no, it wasn't like a top 10 worst list. Like then it became one of those stations where it was just like they did countdown shows and stuff.
They just rebranded it to Paramount Network now, so it's just like a regular channel again.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's not for men anymore.
No, yeah, it was very...
Yeah, it was supposed to be for men, remember?
It was the men. Well, True, when we joined True, the slate was insane that our show was even on. It was every tow truck show, 3 different titles: Lizard Lick Towing, South Beach Tow, and another one that I forgot. And then knockoff shows for like Pawn Stars. It was called.
Oh yeah, they had that.
I think it was called Pawn. No, what was it? It was like the Pawn Brothers or something like that. So whatever, they had a show, and then it was our comedy, like in it. And now True is like a top comedy network, which is so like weird that happened. It's so cool that they took that chance and it all like kind of happened. But like if you looked at our show in the beginning, it was like, what the hell is this? Like, how is it even there? So
how are these guys going to fit in here?
At all?
And did you guys worry about that, or did you?
Yeah.
You did.
Yeah, because we were on the table for MTV or True. Wow. But MTV wanted to make it a strip show 5 days a week and recast us. And they were like, we love the concept. The show's great.
Oh,
Friends
they'll
do
ruin
things
anything.
together.
And now they're basically the Rob Dyrdek network.
Basically.
There's nothing on there with Rob Dyrdek. Oh, Hardcore Pawn.
Hardcore Pawn. Yeah, that was it. That was the knockoff of the so they had their own versions of different things. And they were all pretty successful for their market. Like if you liked tow truck shows, that's where you were going. Right. If you liked,
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
If you like shit, Repossession.
So repossession basically across the board. And their other big one was Bait Car. Remember that shit show? Where they would just have a car basically like running like a BMW in the middle of the project with the door open and it was playing Jay-Z.
Yeah.
And it was like, you know, there's like a hot pizza in it, you know?
Yeah, definitely. That's crazy.
A cooler full of beer. It's like, oh, what do you mean? Oh, I'll get in it and drive away.
There was like a parole officer in the back seat.
It was like Afghan. He pop up. Yeah, it was crazy, that show.
Yeah, that show was crazy.
I can't believe
How is that legal?
And that was it's like, they should have called it entrapment.
Yeah.
Every episode was just a running car in the projects.
Let's see what happens.
Let's see what happens now. Someone's gonna steal a car. I don't want to spoiler alert you. You know, I don't have to tune in. It's not must-see TV. It's not like Ross and Rachel are gonna get back together. This guy's gonna steal this car. What do you want to see?
What's your crime of choice, you think, if you have one, man?
Oh, mine?
Yeah.
Definitely embezzlement.
Is it really?
Oh, for sure. For sure. I love like the whole like heist movie stuff. Like I would think like anything that like get weird, like be able to.
Could you have done it in the past? Nowadays, it's tougher. There's not even as much cash sitting around.
Yeah, you need cash. Like if I could go back in time and be any like sort of like pull off any big scheme,
Ooh,
it
I
would
could
definitely
see it.
be like a nice bank robbery in like the early 30s.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Would you be already working at the bank? Because I could see you having that that vest and that
Yeah,
little pocket.
I'm big on the
watch
change.
thing.
Yeah, like what time it is, right? And the little changing, 30 cents back, like that shit. I'm all about that. I'm all about that life. You know, 1930s teller right here, man. Yeah, I'd be a bank manager to get the inside scoop, you know, that kind of deal. And I'd make them find in a fantastic way.
Yes, I can read you.
Know the lay of the land, and I would get my, my next door neighbor involved.
Yeah.
I'd probably blackmail somebody. Blackmail could be fun too.
Yeah. Those are the good old days when you could do a crime.
Yeah.
Before we had DNA, remember?
No, man, DNA ruined crime for everybody.
I'm
alive.
Stupid
No
science
thanks to
getting in the
you.
way.
Yeah, back in the day when you had to actually do some detective work, you know? Because now every murder you watch, the cops have no idea until 7 years later when they can afford the DNA test.
That's right. It's
Really?
like I'm never gonna know
let me just sit here
anything
and
about
panic for a month.
that
We said
stupid
you'd wait a
swab your mouth
week.
thing. Did you do that like the 23andMe? Or
Yeah, I did it. We mail it in. Yeah, I fucked up.
You did it.
I fucked up.
What'd you
But if I do a crime, I want to go to jail for it anyway. I'm not going to be one of these people who's going to do a crime and like hide all the time. I'm going to go to jail.
That's what I like about you.
Yeah, thank you.
You're right up front all the time.
Yeah, I'd rather go and get my time done and get out.
And you get my ass out of here.
When you said I did it wrong, I thought you maybe.
Come
I was
on,
like,
there
what'd
has
you
to be
swab? That you
millions
did
of
it
credits
wrong.
here. We're
I
rich.
fucked up. Like, what'd you do?
I don't remember exactly. I think I did the mount.
Yeah.
Who knows? Yeah.
Back in the day, like, whoa, send Vaughn back. That ain't right.
Yeah, it's crazy. I think because a lot of people, I guess, they're attaching people to murders and crimes. You know.
I never did it because I didn't really have an interest. I feel like the only way that you could find out if a parrot is male or female is that you have to have it tested. And I had a parrot for a while, and I was like, what difference does it make to me? I don't care if it lays an egg. Okay, mystery solved. If not, no difference.
Yeah.
You know. So for me, I'm like, I always
treat animals differently if they're male or female.
No. Do you have animals?
I never have.
No.
Oh, well, when I was young, I did, but I never have as an adult. But I meant I never have treated animals differently, whether they were male or female.
Oh.
But I remember asking, like, I'll ask, like, a waiter, like, yeah, is this fish male or female? Sometimes if I order, like, a salmon or something.
I thought that was clear.
You know?
That's a good one.
Just to kind of see, you know, and a lot of times they'll go check. And sometimes they'll come back with an answer.
That's amazing.
Yeah, it's like,
I guess there's no, you know what I would love in that scenario is when they came back with an answer, you just go wrong and then get up and walk out. Because you know they're trying to pull something off.
Wrong, yeah. And open something up with a knife, just show them a part of the fish. What is that?
You tell me that. That's a fish dick.
Yeah. You fucking tell me that. Hide something in there.
That's it, yeah. Now you know what a fish dick looks like.
is a one-way journey.
All right. Today's episode, I got to let you know if you're a gambling person, man or woman, or somebody that's between sexes, but they like to lay a little wager down on something, that my bookie is the place to do it. You know, people gamble. They've been doing it for centuries, hundreds of thousands of years. A lot of times they see on cave walls, they'll find hieroglyphs of people drew dice on the wall. But at the end of a hard week, it's great to sit down and just lay a few dollars on your favorite squad, you know? And especially since it's football time.
Recording
And I wouldn't be telling you guys to bet with my bookie if they weren't the best.
Do the smart thing if you're going to bet this season, and bet with them. They're my bookie. If you're the kind of guy that likes to bet a little and win a lot, do a parlay, pick a couple teams, enjoy a whole weekend experience. Bet on this, bet on that, bet on something. Join now and my bookie will double your first deposit. Use promo code Theo to activate the offer. That's promo code THEO. Now, if you have a gambling problem, I don't maybe think that you should do it. But if you like to gamble and you can control yourself and handle it, then the place to do that at is mybookie.ag. That is mybookie.ag today. Use promo code Theo to activate the offer. That's promo code THEO. Mybookie.ag. Play, win, get paid. You know, I've become a new business owner with this podcast, and just dang with life. You know, life gets busy sometimes, and you want to be efficient. We live in a time of efficiency. And what if you could make your work take less work? That's a really good thing. Well, you can with Capterra. Capterra, they help you find the right software for your needs. You have needs. And so you can get back to business faster. And you can get your business done quicker. It's just, instead of milling all around, you get right into the action. Capterra helps you find the software that will minimize the time you're spending. Compare thousands of software options, read reviews, and instantly narrow to your favorites. You'll have more time in no time. Find the right software right now to streamline your business at Capterra, CAPTERA.com/THEO. Now that could be maybe you have 4 employees and you don't know how to delineate who should do what. And it would be better if you had a system that helped you do that. Capterra could help you. Maybe you need to sell something and you need the orders to be processed a certain way and then sent to a certain person who's going to help you with distribution. And right now you got 3 or 4. You got your grandmother in there, she's driving across town with the ticket. And all, you don't need it. You can tighten it up, and that's capterra.com/Theo. It's the leading free online resource to help you find the best software solution for your business. With over 1 million reviews for products from real software users. Visit capterra.com/THEO for free today to find the tools to make an informed software decision for your business. That's CAPTERRA.com/Theo. Software selection simplified. And now back to the episode with Mr. Joe Gatto. Do you guys must run out of ideas. I mean, when did you run out of ideas, honestly, for your shows? When did you have to bring in help?
It wasn't that we had to, it was that we could afford to. Right. So in season, we're going into season, we just wrapped season 8. And we actually had to do an episode this season, and like literally we had the conversation in season. Like, because we were like so many ideas you have to go through, because never mind the ones that make the TV, right? Because our episodes, if you think about it, we do 26 episodes a season, and there's 3 to 4 bits per episode.
Right.
So that's 100 bits. Yeah, 14 minutes. You know? So like that's bits that you have to come up with, right? And some of those bits are jokes. So then we started saying, okay, what's just funny? What's just funny? What's we do? So much. Let's just try to hold somebody on. See how it goes. I mean, we try with 4 different people and we get 4 different outcomes. You know? And then we start thinking about, okay, instead of the goal of just doing this or that, it's like that. What do we need? Something different. And we broke that and made that a goal that opened up a whole new stream of things. So it wasn't just like, oh, only do uncomfortable stuff. It's like, oh, do shit that's really funny that's going to make your friend laugh at you. So that opened up a whole new that's what we say here. We did the 2-way mirror, when stuff's going on behind you and you have to watch it, and you have to continue to do this thing. Somebody not laugh. You know, so a lot of that happened.
One of my favorites you guys did, it's like a, but I see what you're saying. So once you open up like a new kind of, like edge to it, you're like, oh, here's a whole world of stuff we can do. Now that we have goals, now that we everything you already did before, and then just make sure the other guys aren't laughing.
And then we had to establish our show long enough for the first 4 or 5 seasons. Like, we wouldn't use an actor before that because we wanted people to know and believe us that it's real. The show's got to be real. It doesn't work for us, right? So if somebody knows our show, they're not on it.
Right.
So then we brought in like actors as weapons, where we like one of the first bits we did was watch my grandpa. Like we were in the mall and we had to pretend we had to take a piss and be like, do me a favor, could you watch my grandpa for me?
Yeah.
And we had to talk them into watching our grandfather, and if they watch him, you win, and we'd walk away. And when we did that, unscripted, the grandpas added such a great element. Like they just went and started talking.
Yeah.
And it was like, this is really funny. So let's see what we do. Let's see kids. And okay, now let's
watch my kid.
Yeah, watch my kid. And then we started doing things.
Seen that.
You know, find my actor. You know, like we would plant an actor inside, like Murray was a waiter for one of his punishments in Delmonico's, a high-end steakhouse.
Yeah.
And we hit an actor with a wig on. And we're like, you got to find a wig. So he's walking around pulling people's hair as we're eating, trying to find the wig. And you know, real people like, what the hell, you know, kind of deal. So all those little pieces, you know, the first 6 weeks, you know, the first 4 weeks of our pre-production, it's a 6-week thing. The writers are together.
And do you get paid extra as a writer and producer?
You do. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they're in the room, and then we come in for the last 2 weeks of the 6th week, and we start hearing all they pitched, and then when we like something, we'll all talk it out, figure it out, and then we'll start stacking it up and being like, okay, here's our production schedule.
So if you like to be the most involved, who is just kind of the most like show up and they do it every time and it's just better for them to be that way?
Yeah, Q is very much trusting of it. He'll have his moments where he's like, oh, I got this idea, we'll do this. But Q, for the most part, when he shows up, he's like, what are we doing today? All right, let's get in there and do it.
Yeah.
Sal is very analytical. Oh, he's a student of comedy.
Yeah.
You know, he's really just like, that's the way his brain works. He really just, but I always say that Sal and I normally get to the same place. I just get there way faster because I'm a gut kind of guy. I'm very decisive. I'm like, this is what we're doing, this is what we're not. And he'll, you know, just work out every permutation, tell you why it won't work, break holes in it. And, you know, sometimes we prove him wrong and sometimes he proves us wrong. You know, it's like, it's a good balance. And then Murr's like in the middle of all that. Like I would say Sal's on one end, I'm on the other, and Murr is like pretty much dead center between those two things. He'll think about something for a little bit and then get there, or you know, he'll have ideas where he's like, that's funny. Because sometimes you just say something, it's like, what if you make Joe a massage chair? Right? It's funny. You know what I mean? You don't have to think about anything. Like it's funny to see it. Have strangers see me in costume and I'm a fake massage chair. They make me this fake massage chair.
Yeah, you guys have. There was one of my favorites that it's at a buffet, and I think it's like putting things from people's plates.
We've done a bunch of different ones. One of them was.
Because I love buffets, bro.
Yeah, buffets are great.
Yeah, when I was growing up, they had finally got a buffet in our town, dude, and people were fucking
losing their mind, right?
Oh, dude, somebody shot out the windows, bro, from the inside, dude. That's how excited people were. You know, it wasn't like a drive-by.
I get more chicken.
This dude fucking went in there. He was so fired up. He couldn't stand there being anything between him and the fucking Lord, you know. So he shot those windows out. But yeah, it's I mean, I remember, buffets were everything, man. Back when you were in a place, just imagine they could have all that stuff in one place.
I remember when I went to Vegas with my family growing up. The first time we went to
the Crimson Fleet do not deserve any sort of
Vegas
victory.
buffet.
They are pirate scum, and they always will be.
World class.
I remember, dude. I remember. Yeah, our buffet was decently long. I wouldn't say it was real long, but I remember when we were kids, we would try to hold our breath and walk from one end of it to the other. You know, just to try and just because we were just enamored by the length of
rest of the settled systems.
You know, food and different.
It's like a pool, like trying to swim underwater. Trying to make it one or the other. Yeah, that salad.
Made it to the salad.
Yeah. Do you remember when, I don't know, Wendy's out in New York, they did the salad bar, which was basically a buffet, but it was open salad bar, so you could just make your own salad. You buy the salad bowl, and it was all you can eat salad.
Wow,
and
Wendy's?
Wendy's in Staten Island, and they had a huge toppings, like, but so they had everything, like besides your croutons and your norm, they had like buckets. It was like, you know, just all these different things.
Sunflower seeds.
Yeah.
Sometimes they put some
sunflower seeds, right?
Shit,
Pumpkin seed. You know, you get like, but then it was like beets. That's how I was introduced to beets. I was like,
leaf
what are these
tobacco. I remember that being a topic once. I was like, I don't know if that's a topic.
Corn dog. It's like, yeah. So like all these weird. They'll pickle anything. So it was like, I remember that, and I remember being like, I was gonna get a salad, and I was like, that's an ingenious way to make kids eat. Like, kind of like, I don't think it's like one way to eat salad. You know, right?
Yeah, buffet, man. I remember I just can't believe it.
I just think it was so expensive, so
Damn it! Where is the cart, sir?
Take out those ships.
Yeah, I ate the tails for the first 2 years.
No,
I didn't know I did it
my good friend does. You know Justin? He was the DJ on the cruise. Justin Geraci, DJ Geraci.
Yeah.
He eats the tails to this day. Yeah.
Dude, one of my favorite things from the cruise, and we'll talk about the cruise in a second. Michael Ian Black. So I went on you guys' first cruise. Michael Ian Black was on the cruise. So he had to do bingo. Like everybody on the cruise, kind of you like performed, and you also like did a game or did something. You were just involved, you know.
Yeah.
And he did bingo, and he was like trying to be all funny and stuff. And the people that came to play bingo, they didn't give a fuck, bro. Okay.
They came to play bingo, man.
Yeah. Read it. Read it. Lady beating her cane against the wall.
There's real stakes.
Oh, yeah.
He's like, oh shit, all right.
Yeah.
It makes his job easier. She just fired through all the things.
It was so funny, but he almost couldn't handle the fact that they didn't want any comedy with it.
It's a comedy cruise.
Oh.
It's not a bingo cruise.
Dude, that was so much fun. Gilbert Godfrey was on there, and he looked just like a baby that was on the cruise ship too. Some lady had a baby, like an 11-month-old. That looked just like him.
Yeah. So I did this side by side. I took a picture.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
That was where we hung out for the first time in real, like, because we did when we did the comedy festival, we hung out a little bit. There was a lot of people. You and I spent a lot of time together. The first
Yeah, the cruise was great. God, that thing was so much fun, dude.
We caused some trouble. I think you and I had fun on that. Yeah, you were.
Yeah, the gambling. You got to shut the gambling down one night.
No, we took
There's
all the
no
whole thing.
chips or no something.
They ran out of chips, so we won.
Yeah, you fucking won.
We have to get more chips. I'm like, go get chips, man. I gotta get paid.
There's like 19 people working there, and they just shut down suddenly.
Yeah.
And that skill crane, so many I met 2 alcoholic guys playing that skill crane on the ship, and they ended up making my t-shirts for about 4 years.
Really?
A couple beautiful guys. This guy Kevin and his brother, who actually ended up turning a little bit green last time I saw him. He's turning green, the brother, but yeah, amazing people, man. But let's see what they got here, man.
Hey Theo, hey Joe.
My
question for Joe is, how do you think your kids are going to react when you get older and you tell them what exactly it is that you do for a living? Are you looking forward to that, or are you kind of dreading it?
You see, Lieutenant?
That's a really good
I
question.
told you she
I
wouldn't
impressed
let us
myself.
down.
I have to admit, I'm impressed.
Well, these millennials.
Encrypted or not,
They just, they, one
Quite a lot of
question, they
money
figure, you know.
He knows the word. I don't think he even wants an answer. He's like, I just crushed it. I will say that is a pretty good question.
It is a good question, man. I guess, I wouldn't think about that. Yeah, is it embarrassing? Is it...
It was definitely a shift when I had my daughter, and I was like, oh, her father's going to be doing this. And in my comedy, you feel a different responsibility.
Well,
in comedy, I think,
I'm
when
pleased you
have
made the right
kids
decision.
And you know that this is what you're your legacy.
We
you know?
received confirmation
I see what
that the
you're saying.
fleet
Legacy
ships
was always
were-
the thing with me.
Unfortunately, one of them grabbed.
Which means that Delgado will have the crimson.
Really? Yeah, I was very heavily. Yeah. Yeah.
Jesus, man.
Some damn nameless, my man.
One hell of a second grader.
Yeah. That was like, I was very aware of it.
Equipped with the latest in hyper-resistant
You're going to be known for
making
not
it
doing your homework
catches
if you don't
that
quit
the fleet has
daydreaming.
access to three
So I was,
orbital defensive
when I had kids, I
batteries.
was like, all right.
Our mission
and I feel
is
like
to
there was
take out
sometimes,
these
there's only been a
batteries.
couple times
In
when I was
fact,
in the edit
I'll
of
be-
the show, and I was
Sadly,
like,
we didn't get as much support for this mission as I would like.
because our comedy's always about us
We
too.
weren't
It
able to
doesn't matter.
convince
Our
Mass to
show
lend us
is edgy. It's
additional
like
squadrons.
I'm trying to make you
I feel
fail,
like
so I'm
we've
going to
committed-
tell you the
that
most
means
screwed up
we'll
stuff
have
to say
It's
or do or whatever.
unfortunate.
But there's only been a
We've
couple times
also
where I was like,
given you a call
I don't
sign,
think I want to make that
Renegade,
joke anymore.
to
or-
help
or
coordinate
that,
our
because
movements
being a
during the
father
attack.
feels different.
Once those
Yeah.
batteries are
You know.
destroyed,
And
board the key and bring
is that kind of
Delgado to
stuff
justice.
the being a father feels different? Is that stuff that you couldn't know that before?
I don't send my
Definitely
people
not.
on suicide.
I didn't, so I don't know how other people did. But I
this
think it
is
really
all my
it's kind of weird
hopes.
too, because the other guys don't have that, right? So it's like kind of like where, you know, I'm the father figure of the group, which is so weird and scary. But like, you know, like it's your best friends that you always confide in and have the same exact journey. On the same ride with my girlfriend. Every first big thing in my career is with these guys, and it's their first two. You know, first time we're playing Madison Square Garden all together. First cruise we did together, all that shit all the way through. You know.
Yeah.
And this is like the only one where you can't like connect with them on something about that. You know, so it feels a little bit in a vacuum, and you're trying to do your best with it. You know, so I think that's where it kind of weighs a little bit more. I just try to do your best.
Has it been hard over? Well, sorry, let me make sure before I answer this question. Did you get it, Nick? You think?
Yeah.
Well, I am. My daughter does watch the show sometimes. I watch them all the show. So you watching you and your friends on the TV? That's what she says.
Yeah.
And then I say yeah or no. And then she'll just watch, and you know, at the end we give the green thumbs up and thumbs down, and she just sits there and watches and waits for the thumb, and if it's a thumbs up, she'll go yes, and if it's a thumbs down, she'll go, oh Dad, you got a thumbs down, and she'll get like mad. So it's really fun. Now I feel the pressure and all. I'm like, I can't have my daughter. That's kind of good, but she doesn't really get it.
Oh, that's good. I can see that.
Really weird, quirky laughs.
Do you see yourself having one of those shows like the Australian guy that died? About? Yeah, they have a new show that's out now. It's like, yeah, they're taking over.
I think it's stupid.
That's true.
You know, by the time it's over, that was back like 250 episodes.
Yeah, that's true, huh? I remember when I was growing up on something, they had some of my favorite game shows. Do you remember the one where it was like a fake house? There was 3 contestants. They were, I think, a team maybe. 3 teams of 2, and there was like a fake house. And then if they got a certain prize or something, they would compete on the floor. And then if they got a prize, and they had to run through the house and get different gifts, these boxes.
Vaguely remembering what you're talking about. It kind of felt like Supermarket Sweep a little bit.
Yes, it felt a little bit like Supermarket Sweep.
Yeah.
But it was like, they had these big houses, and then they would put them on this conveyor belt or something at the bottom, and they would open them and see if they had won.
What box they grabbed, what was in it?
Yeah, like in the end, they had a whole bunch of boxes, the final group. Yeah. And then they would open them all, and I think some of them could have money in them.
It's basically like watching those stupid Christmas videos. You know, those stupid videos that are on now that it's just videos of kids opening toys. I don't watch that. Seen that? No. It's like the weird thing. You're gonna now, you watch one, don't do it, because you'll fall down a rabbit hole. It's just kids like opening stuff, and you're like, blah, 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 and all kids flip out and watch it. It's like, it's good though, because you don't have to buy your kids toys.
You think rabbit? Oh, that's a good point, huh?
They just go ahead and save you money and pay for a YouTube subscription.
You think rabbits are like, how did we get the fucking, we don't do that shit.
I know.
Yeah, we're down here. We're not watching YouTube.
You're what? Yeah, get over here.
That has nothing to do with us. Why do you keep using the term rabbit? I'm fucking pissed, bro.
That's my thing. I'm down here trying to live.
Yeah, we're just staying warm. Throw a carrot down, yes.
I'm trying to hide from a fox. What do you think they say people hole? What are 2 rabbits talking to go, yo, don't go down that peeping hole.
Jesus, I'm about people hole over there on 3rd Street.
That's in the Tenderloin district. Don't go down that peeping hole.
Dude, Tenderloin everywhere. Somebody got
It's on everything from mixtapes to bringing the mix.
Mixed crotch.
Yeah.
I want that mixed crotch.
Punched in the face for playing a joke on somebody.
Okay, there you go.
First of all, how do you source this material? How do you source this material? How did you get this guy's video? Do you know this guy? Is that?
Oh, that's a fan of Impractical Jokers. We had a lot of questions for you, but a lot of them are like kind of the same. What's your favorite prank? What's your favorite prank? So, yeah. So, have you ever been?
But it's not so much the question is it's how the creepy guy in the dog couch started watching this film.
Oh, there you go. And also that guy could be anywhere from the age of 13 to 51. Very unique child body. Silver fox.
The angle too, and it looks like a light lipstick on it. See that? Looks kind of wet lip. Look at right there. Like, see, it's a glistening lip.
All ships jump to battery
To answer your
gamma.
question, no. But also, I have so many questions for you.
Yeah, this guy, I wonder if he's all right.
Yeah. Maybe so.
We'll send a video back.
Yeah, that's the people hole we were talking about. That's what the rabbits are talking about.
I remember one time I was working with Howie Mandel on a show. It was called Deal With It, right? And so I was working this as a host for him for a while, and
So you would get people off the street, and you would give one of them they would be coming to a restaurant, and then you give one of them the earpiece. You sneak them off the waiter when they went to the bathroom. So all right, here, put an earpiece. We're gonna start telling you things to do. The more you can do without the person at the table realizing you're on a game show, that's the only thing they can't realize, the more money you're gonna make. So one time we get a couple to sit down, and it's a pimp and a prostitute. So they get the lady to start messing with the pimp, right? So they start telling like little things to do. And the third one, it's like, okay, reach over and take a piece of your man's food off of his plate or something. And she's like, no, I can't do this shit, right? And I think she was worried she was gonna get abused. So we had to like, call the episode.
That's a bad
Call the prank the bit, yeah. And that was one of the craziest ones that I ever saw.
We always had trouble with couples. We were in IKEA renting a thing. I saw a Friday night pillow fight. Like I just gave everybody pillows, and we had like 40 people doing a pillow fight all over. It was fun. But they did a thing where they wanted me. This is my second armoire story. They wanted me to say, they're like, Joe, to help this guy, tell him he's got to see this armoire. And you know how they have that path in IKEA where you just run, right? So he's like, go, and like this guy followed. So this guy started running. I was like, it's over here. No, it's over here. It's over here.
Path, right?
And I just started basically jogging around all this furniture. This guy was keeping up with me, whatever. And this is when I was bigger and fatter. And I was like out of breath. It was funny. And then they're like, get the armoire. So me and him get the armoire. And it shuts. All you hear in the armoire is me panting, right? And sweating. And it's like whatever. And it was really fun. Like it's great. So now we go to sign the guy. They have to agree to be on TV. It's a two-party state where you can film somebody, but then they have to agree to be on TV.
In New York.
In New York. There's only like 5 or 6 states that are that way. So
one-party state. But yeah, you can't. Yeah, you have to let them know in advance, really. Yeah. So let their parents.
So we actually found out in LA for a 200th episode. It takes place here in LA. Yeah. So it was a different procedure. We do like or the cameras had to be exposed. So if you walked in like this, they know they're being filmed. It's fine, right? But then anyway, so we're in the I want to do this so fun. It was really fun. So we were shopping for this kind of furniture.
And he bought a side piece.
He got one side piece. So that has happened.
Weapons been shot. Clean off, boss.
There's someone else out
Weapon repairs complete.
Hey Joe, this is Tim from Memphis, Tennessee. I'm a big fan.
Don't stand a chance without all of them.
I want to be a comedian eventually, whether that's doing stand-up or getting like a show like in Practical Jokers. And I just wanted to hear you guys' advice on being a comedian. What do you do coming up? Kind of open mics or whatever. I'm selling high school. I plan on going to college, but my dream job is to do something, like you guys do. And you can really tell with you guys.
That's all you got.
Like that.
That's true.
You and I. That's the guy that gets a Jeep. So early,
Yeah, it doesn't happen quick. That's the thing. There's times where I wanted things to happen faster in my career, and I'm glad that they did in hindsight, even though there's no way I could have known that then. And I would be like, I would talk to my managers and agents, like, why did this person get this opportunity? And then you see people get opportunities where they're not ready for it.
That's right.
So,
that's a big yeah. And also you have to be able to know that it might not work out. I was always fine with it didn't happen. I still was doing it.
Yeah.
I think that's a you can take that enjoyment from you. Nobody has to validate that enjoyment.
Yeah.
You might not be getting paid for it, but if you're enjoying making people laugh, then that's it.
Yeah, it's funny. I always felt that way, and then in the past, like I think 6 months, for some reason, things started getting more stressful. I think just busier, and so it's like I've had like an adjustment period of like just figuring out, okay, what's going on? What do I want to be doing? What's really important to me?
Choices are the worst.
It's hard.
How you have a decision of like if you want to do this and like that because you know that you'll lead to something. You figure it out. We have to do it in between the season. So we film the first
that if you don't do it,
the opportunity will be gone.
Right. Now, what were the stresses, though? I'm sure that was pretty stressful, especially if you had, like, young children.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a lot of time of straight work.
I almost got divorced. It was tough.
Yeah.
Yeah, for 5 months, 5 weeks later. My wife had a newborn son, and my daughter. We're just basically like single parent in New York. Couldn't talk to her. I was on set for 6. It was totally different than our show. I'm on a movie set for 16 hours a day. In our show, like I go, we film for 3 hours. I do some meetings and stuff. I can talk to her all the time. I'm in Atlanta.
Right.
I'm away from home.
That's such a. It feels so. Yeah, I mean that's intense. Like I don't know. Yeah, for me sometimes the stress of too much work, I've just realized it's too much sometimes. Especially since I want to be a comedian, I want to be able to have my thoughts, and I need my brain to come up with fresh, fun ideas.
Yeah.
And if I work too much or if I'm overwhelmed and stuff, then I can't do that.
Do you feel like it changes you? Do you feel like it changes your mindset? Is
100%.
You can't not be in a good mindset or in a good mood to be funny. Yeah, it's impossible. It's totally and then frustration. If I wasn't thinking this way, I could be funny.
Yeah, I want that person. Yeah, that happened to me a lot this year, man. It was just figuring out. We started podcasting so much, and it's all been fun, but it's like, now I'm podcasting. Am I like, what am I? Am I a comedian? What's going on? To the point you just go from one thing to the next. Like, go one tool, come back, do something good, just like, I don't know. Start letting it go. I was creating, but I didn't feel like I was being creative. I think I'm kind of a slow. I'm better if it's a little bit of a slow. When you get going too fast, I think I just can't. I don't know. I don't function that well. But some of it for me has just been learning how do I function as an artist or as a communicator. But I think for this young guy, I think there's a lot of ways you can do entertainment now.
So much more.
Yeah, I mean, you could put out your own videos. You can find, you even see guys doing like voices of like, they'll have animals that are fighting or arguing in the wild.
Yeah, they'll do anything.
Yeah.
Anything. I mean, if you think about how so much is lost on these kids today, as far as to do stuff like one of these assholes. But you can realize that this kid has 2 heroes.
Yeah.
Just because he has a that how does that not work? You have such access to celebrity, Twitter, Instagram, any podcast.
Oh yeah, last night I'm a Saints fan. Last night AJ Klein, I'm a big Saints fan.
Yeah.
He called the phone last night, and I sent him a man. I was just so happy and sad. And he wrote me back, and I haven't even read it. I'm like saving it.
That's great.
It's gonna be like the highlight of my day later. But yeah, it's just crazy how you can communicate. Yeah, but then also just how you can create. How you can put stuff out. You can be an impersonator. You can try different things.
You can try it out with no risk. Like you could try. Like if you think about like back then, like you wanted to run a show, but you'd have to find money. You have to shoot. You have to digitize it, like capture the tapes and bring it over to the. Then you have to edit it, do all the stuff. Then you have to put it out. Where are you putting it out? You have to like show people or send it out.
You gotta sell it.
Yeah, you gotta do it. Now, no, and then it's bad. Everybody's is bad. So then it's bad. And then you just go ahead and do it.
Every short film is bad.
Every short film is miserable. Across the board. First one. Second ones are normally better. Well, like anybody's first short film, you'd be hard pressed to find somebody's first short film like that was.
Oh, they're like the CBD oil of entertainment.
Yeah.
Dude. You know what I realized the other day? I don't think CBD oil does anything. That's what I realized. I was talking to some dude. He's like, yeah, I've been using a lot of drugs, but I've also been using CBD oil. But he always seemed like he'd been using drugs, and then I thought about like all the CBD oil rubbed into my body. And it's like, shit, I've been that super. Well, I don't think it does shit, man.
CBD stands for
Snake oil, yeah. Well, it used to be Central Business District, and that was just like pretty green, It just got, I don't know, yeah, I think if you're 17 and you like humor, there's so many ways you can end up. But I do though miss. I mean, my favorite things to do were to make my friends laugh, man. Dude, being at school, being at the lunch table.
That's what's weird for me, because that is my job, and that's I still get that. That's not taken from me. We always say, like, oh, I wish I could have done it. We know this is the best job. This is the best scenario for anybody in the world. Comedian or not, you get paid to hang out with friends and make a lot. It's insane. Yeah. So, like, there's, and we can't really. And he makes a successful show. It's a sitcom. It's about writing. You know, it's not like, oh, this can make sound laugh. Like, you never said that. Like, any right. It's like, oh, this, like, there's a sense of, like, accomplishment when you make your friend laugh, you know?
Yeah.
That's what helps.
Yeah, with you guys, the show for sure. I mean, yeah, there's so many, it's like, yeah, it's you can always kind of relate yourself to one of the characters. You always, every guy wishes they got to do that with their friends.
One of it was pretty funny. One of our agents was talking, going back and forth negotiation. One of the points I was making, the agents always ramp himself up by talking to you. You know, so they're going into that. And he was like, he's like, tell me another reality show where somebody's like, oh, you know, everybody always just say, oh, I'm a Ross, I'm a Rachel. Friends are like, oh, I'm George, you know, like that. They're like, people say I'm a Sal. He's like, who cares that much about a reality show? He's like, nobody cares about that. And it's just like, yeah. And it was like, nobody does a reality show. Nobody, you know, is like that. Everybody forgets the name of everybody when it's over in a season. So you guys are on your 5th season, you're characters, but you're not yourself. Right. So he's like, that doesn't exist. And that was always the way I used to do with the fans interact with us. They always feel like they know us.
Oh, it's great. Dude, my greatest fans of my comedy to this day, I think that I still meet up with when I'm on the road, whether it's a meal or something like that. Fans that I met from you guys. Groups. Yeah, I mean that guy Kevin. There's a girl and her mom down in Florida. I met with them. Another group at Disneyland one time. That's awesome. Yeah, it's
Oh, you gotta take it to
you are Disneyland. You can.
I just took my daughter to Disneyland, paid full price, 3 tickets.
Did you? Yeah. Did you get the guide? Did you get the guide that takes you? Yeah. It's expensive,
but worth it. You know what? We crushed that park. We got in and out of here.
Yeah, somebody told me about that guy. I had my family come in town, and I was like, and they're like, you gotta get this guy. I talked to Joey Diaz. He's like, you get the fucking guide. You go over there, fucking look, somebody dies. It's not on you, Papa. You know?
You get it. They walk you in. It's so great. But the same day I was there, Steven Tyler was there.
Really?
And there's this paparazzi that's called, I forget what it's called on Instagram. I think it's called Day at Disney.
I think it's called Grand Paparazzi now. I think.
It's like the Day at Disney like Instagram account. It's like it's just celebs who are at Disney. And there's a picture of me and my family, me, my wife, and my daughter. But they blur out kids' faces out of respect, which is cool. And it's me and them. And then the next picture is like Steven Tyler buying like a T-shirt at like the merch station.
Dude, I was just in Maui, and that's where he lives, so I heard all kinds of stories about
just
him.
Just here for a chat?
Yeah. Just and I went and saw them actually. I saw Aerosmith about me and Nick went.
Yeah, they're playing Vegas now, right?
3 months ago we went and saw it. Dude, it was awesome.
Great.
Yeah, it was incredible.
He just canceled a show last week. They're still doing like a Vegas residency because he had a sore throat.
I was just.
So he couldn't.
What have you got for me?
Age finally catching up to him, I guess.
Yeah. Well, that happens, you know. We all get old. All right, don't judge so hard in the booth.
Do you? This is Nick's first time in the booth. The booth is just open too.
Oh wow! Where are you normally?
Sitting out there, I had the table set up. It was cumbersome.
Okay.
Sure.
So you like this better?
It's all right. It's all right.
Kind of feel like I'm visiting you at jail right now.
Yeah. Nick probably should be in jail. Yeah. So
we don't talk about that. Okay.
Has there been any points where any of the group you guys have had to talk anybody to stay and people wanted to change or
just before we did this just before the show took literally like our last meeting, I was gonna be like done with it. We were at my apartment. We had gone down a path of doing a lot of sketch comedy, and I don't really feel like I'm very funny in sketch. I don't feel funny when I'm acting.
Right.
You know, people are like, oh, you already talking about. I'm like, I just don't feel it. You know what it's like? So I don't feel like it's my best way to make people laugh. So I wasn't really feeling the path we were going down. Scripted shows we were thinking of, and blah blah blah. And I was like, I don't want to do that. And then the opportunity came up. They're like, hey, you know, prank shows are big right now. Mario's like, what if we did our version of a show like that? And I was like, well, this embarrassment comedy is always how I made my friends laugh. Sure, let's try it. And that's how we came up with Jokers. But if we were going to go down to another scripted one, I would have been out.
There's a guy I met one night at a bar here called the Mint. It does. I was there for some, I don't know, something I didn't want to be at or something probably. Like I think now it's actually a pet restaurant. Can you believe they have this shit out here?
Really? You bring your pet and eat with it?
Yeah, or you can meet up and have fucking dinner with other fucking pets, dude.
That's weird. I've heard of a cat place where you could have tea with a cat.
Yeah,
like they're like just fucking. It's basically just feral cats inside, and they're just roaming around.
Yeah,
and you just sit down, and cats like sit on your lap while you drink tea.
Yeah. You don't think Satan's watching that? If Satan's watching anybody, it's people that are meeting up with cats for tea.
That's it by themselves.
Easily.
Dipping a biscotti into an Earl Grey. Like that's somebody you fucking watch. I don't trust that.
Yeah.
Even more than anybody I meet in the Tenderloin District, I do not trust a guy that walks in with his AirPods and sits down with a stray cat.
Yeah.
And it has a snack.
Oh, yeah, dude. Somebody fucking splitting up a little butterscotch biscotti with a fucking Persian.
If he pops
cat.
If he pops yeah, make sure there's a cat there.
Yeah.
What's a word there's original in? I'm out.
Oh.
I'm out.
Jesus Christ, man. It's just a different world out there now. But yeah, this place, they had a guy I met in there one night, and he starts talking. He had on this white glove, and they had karaoke in there as well. And at one point...
You can't casually add that they have karaoke in there as well. That's a big point.
Yeah, look, dude. It's one of those places that wasn't going to make it.
They're trying everything. They're throwing shit at the wall. They're like, what if we brought in karaoke and one of those indoor, like, skydiving things? Let's do it.
Yeah. But it's a wedding.
You guys don't get it?
Yeah. So this guy, he wore a white glove and he kept singing karaoke, and he had been like the 5th member of a band that had made it huge. Like it could have been Motley Crue, I feel like. And he got out like literally the week before. And I went and read the stories and stuff about it, and it's really, and he was still singing the songs and wearing like this white glove. Like you could tell he was still like living. And I guess he'd kind of become like a fixture within that karaoke place, you know. And so I think he had like it, at least he had his thing, you know.
Yeah.
But he'd gotten out of this. Yeah, he got out of this group right before.
Yeah. If you don't recover from it,
Right.
To get out of it because you want to get out of it and not be in that world anymore is one thing, because then you're okay with it. Doesn't matter, who cares what happens. But if you get out of it because you don't necessarily like the people, you don't have faith in the group. Yeah. You're like, I'll try it on my own and make it. That sucks. Like that is the worst thing. Like, I'll just go my own way, and that they're holding me back. And next thing you know, they break, and you're sitting there with your white glove, trying to serve, Jello pudding pops to people.
Yeah, dude. That's crazy, man. Yeah. Do you remember when you were a kid, like some of the, like just like the kind of stuff that made you laugh? Do you remember who made you laugh a lot when you were a kid? Not even entertaining people, like just...
Oh yeah, people. I come from a funny family. My uncle.
Oh, that's hilarious.
I got the old guy on fun, and my sister's the funniest person I know. My sister Carla. She's a version of me. Like it's hysterical. Like she's great. She's loud. My parents were both very funny, but in very different ways. They always said my oldest sister, the middle sister, my mother's, and I was the perfect match. So like my father was like that dry delivery, make room crack with 3 words, like that's it. And my mother was just loud, boisterous, center of attention. Everybody looked at her to make a good time, like that kind of thing. So they were very interested. My hair started about my father was. He used to go. I play craps. You know that. Like so.
There's water right there if you need it.
Yeah.
Okay.
He played craps all the time, and we go down to Atlantic City, and he was in Atlantic City playing in like the 80s or whatever.
Coming through the deep
There's these 2 gangsters. Wow. And he's playing craps. And he rolled up next to him. There's this woman and rolling. She's rolling for a while, and then the 2 guys are having a good time. So every time she rolls, like, all right, come on, you fat bitch. Like, and then they're like, yeah, they would say that loud enough. And so, she's rolling. She's just about to go, I'm like, come on, you need a hard steak, you fat bitch. Come on, you pig, like that, and shit like that. And my father just turns to these 2 moms and goes, sorry, damn it. And just turns back and goes, and then he goes, just fucking away. And they fucking love these 2 like big fat moms, like, this guy's like crazy, shit like that. So he had that, like, that funny, like, drop, like, their jaw drop, like, they was, what the fuck, kind of idea. So like, he had that sense of humor like that, where he would just like say weird shit, just enough to get people really uncomfortable and break them. So.
Yeah. That reminds me of Norm Macdonald. I was somewhere with him. Oh, I was doing Oklahoma somewhere. And Jerry Manners was there, the Beef.
Wow, man.
Dude, who I love. I had pictures all over of my room growing up because his name was Theodore, right? Yeah. So I was like a huge fan. And I even talked to him while I was there. I was like, hey, man, I said, I'm a big fan. He goes, oh, where do you live? And I was like, oh, I live in Santa Monica. He goes, I swear to God, he goes, I used to go get some pussy in Santa Monica. And it just, I didn't know what happened then. I just fucking went down a hole.
Pussy hole.
It was just crazy. All these years that I built up in my head of us running into each other.
That's the
and
sentence
that's what he said. And he's like, he was 80 years old or 77.
That's crazy.
It was him and that guy Ralph Mouth. But anyway, Norm Macdonald was there, and there's like, we're standing there. There was a mostly men there, and
that where he would just like say weird shit, just enough to get people really uncomfortable and then break them. So
yeah, that reminds me of Norm Macdonald. I was somewhere with him. Oh, I was doing a show in Oklahoma City or Oklahoma somewhere, and it was a poker tournament too. Jerry Manners was there, the Beef.
Wow, man.
Who I love. I had pictures all over of my room growing up because his name was Theodore, right?
Yeah.
So I was like a huge fan. And I even talked to him while I was there. I was like, hey, man, I said, I'm a big fan. He goes, oh, where do you live? I swear to God. I didn't know what happened then. I just fucking went down a hole. And he goes, I swear to God, he goes, I used to go get some pussy in Santa Monica. And it just, I didn't know what happened then. I just fucking went down a hole.
Pussy hole.
I went down something. It was just crazy. All these years that I built up in my head of us running into each other. And that's what he said. And he's like, he was 80 years old or 77.
Oh, that's crazy.
It was him and that guy Ralph Mouth. But anyway, Norm Macdonald was there, and there's like, we're standing there. There was mostly men there and a couple of women. Not attractive women to me.
Mm-hmm.
Norm said, oh man, a lot of real hotties here, huh? And I'm thinking, oh, Norm's older than me, and he probably doesn't even meet any women, so these women are probably very attractive to him, And I was just placating, and I was like, yeah, a lot of real lookers, Fuck, I'll take my eyeballs out and just set them on one of these ladies' shoulders, a lot of real beauties. And he goes, yeah, right. And he was joking. He was totally joking. Like he was like, "Oh, these are the fucking most busted women I've ever seen in my life." You're like, shit. Yeah, he was like, "Yeah, right." Oh, yeah. I was like, "Damn, bro. Well, okay. So much for being nice to your elders, dude. This guy's a fucking."
Yeah, I went to Mel Brooks is huge. Number one. I actually got to meet him. It was 2 weeks after we had played Radio City, and he was doing. He does that live tour every now and again. Still doing it, 91 years old. He shows Blazing Saddles or Young Frankenstein, screens it, and then does a Q&A after for like an hour.
Wow.
So we went. I took my two sisters who we grew up watching. I was like, for a Christmas gift, I'm like, I got this for you. So we went, the three of us, we all grew up watching the movies. It was great. We watch them. After we're about to leave, and I see the little security guard that I had met weeks before when we played. And I was real nice to whatever. And he goes, Joe, I said, hey, he goes, you want to go down to, you want to come in and say hey? And I was like, yeah, of course I want to say hey to Mel Brooks. So he takes us downstairs, and underneath Radio City, there's just like an old bar that they just keep open for family and friends, and it's a big room. So we go down and we sit in there, and then here comes Mel. He's walking in.
You did this to me.
This is my hero of all time, whatever. So I walk up and I'm like, he's like, this is our friend Joe, and he's like, hey, Joe.
Thousands of credits.
Brooks, I'm a huge fan of yours. I just want to say thank you. I got a comedy because you. You made me laugh whenever I was like, me and my sisters are both huge fans, and
you're right.
are all fans, are they're watching you.
Well.
And my sister's like behind me. He goes, your sisters? I said, yeah. He goes, I go, yeah, my sisters. They're here with me. I brought them. And he goes, okay, my sisters, bring the sisters. And he pushes me away, mushes me, and he gets here and he starts taking pictures. Like, kiss my cheeks, and he starts taking pictures with my sisters or whatever. And it was so cool. I was like, can I get one? You think? And he's like, all right, just one. And we all girl got in, and I was like, that was like the coolest like thing ever. Like this.
The only way to deactivate.
He's still going to get the ladies. Like, come here. Yeah. It's so great. Really cool.
That's beautiful, man.
That was a really cool moment for me.
Perving out a little at that age. I love it. I saw Bob Newhart about 6 years ago.
Oh, really?
Or 7 years ago in Chicago, and it was. Oh, I thought the jokes, I was like, I think he's just reading these jokes off the internet. Like, I think he literally printed some jokes out of the internet. And was reading.
Well, he's all delivery anyway, right? So,
but then I thought to myself, well, maybe he made those jokes up because they were just like internet jokes, you know?
Yeah.
So, but it was pretty wild to see him.
Don Rickles means South. Really? Yeah, I knew he loved Rickles. My mom was a big gambler in Atlantic City, so I asked my mom to get his tickets, and I took him.
Damn, was that awesome?
Hey, be careful not to point that.
Like, you can't even, like, you see it, and you're just like in awe that it's happening, and then it's over before you know it. Like, you can't. That's probably one of the best live performances. Yeah, but growing up, I loved like Richard Jennings. The thing my dad liked Richard Jennings.
Oh, he got murdered.
Yeah, he got murdered. They was before 2020, so we still did it. And so he
yeah, you remember Supermarket Sweep?
Yeah.
That show was
great. I just got to play.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so we just played it this summer. We played it.
Was it fun?
Dude, it was so fun. So fun. It was such a good time. Yeah. And now this is the thing about doing Misery Index. Like, you're playing a game show, and it's like that gloss. It's like legit. It's like a legit. Like, we walked in, I was like, oh my god, this is. They like spent some money on the set. Like, it's a legit. Like, they got the big like the big display that's like super LED and like the buzzers and all that stuff. I was like, this is really cool to be in part of like a real like game show. You know? Yeah. Because I grew up. I think all our generation. That was TV.
Oh yeah. No whammies. All of that. Yeah. Supermarket Sweep.
Yeah. Supermarket Sweep.
Seeing somebody just bite, running to get a ham,
and yelling at them because they get rice. It's like, why are you getting rice?
There's one where somebody had a stroke during it. I remember too.
Really, I don't know that one.
You can't. They don't really know it on the show, but it seemed like they think the guy was just kind of having a blast, but you could tell he had a stroke. I know a stroke.
You know a stroke for zero. See a stroke coming around. About 20 minutes.
Yeah, there was like a slow stroke.
Oh yeah, I do. I like to face him out.
I like that.
Pretty sure the guy who asked us a question with the wet lip was in the middle of one.
Any more questions that came in?
We just had one Patreon question. Marissa Bruno asked, how did you become so passionate about animals, especially senior dogs?
My wife, she introduced me to that. We bought a dog. I have 5 dogs. I have a Cannoli, Biscotti, Tartufo, Spumoni, and Pignoli right now.
Oh, damn,
that's
huh?
5 dogs, yeah. With Pignoli's in the rotating
Got
spot.
a dessert hole.
Yeah, that's it. That's my, oh, they're all, I'm fat Italian, so I named them all. We also had Zeppeli and Mishkin, who are not with us anymore. But we have like, we bought our first dog, Cannoli, together. And she needed something, and I was like, let's get a dog together. So we bought the dog, and then it instantly was like all sick, and we spent like, in the first year we spent like $2,000 on like tests and surgeries and stuff like that, and she just like started doing research and realized how bad it was. And then like how many good dogs are on Edenville One. She found a lot of good adoption agencies, so we just started adopting. So it was really because of her, and then I fell in love with it on my own. And then I honestly believe that no dog loves you like a rescue dog. It's insane.
Really?
It feels like, yeah, because Cannoli will be walking around the house kind of entitled. Like, you'll call them, she'll come last. You know, she'll be like, I'm here now, you know, like that.
Right.
You know, but like the other ones, like they're always so happy to see you. When I go home, it's insane. Because I'm on the road, you know.
Yeah.
So when I come home from like 10 days or whatever, I can't get them off me. It's insane. Like, they just attack you and want to be on you. Or you sit down, they're all jumping on you.
Yeah.
You lay in the bed, they're all on you.
Damn.
It's crazy.
You know.
Yeah.
We were on sewer.
It's good.
And do you
And
trust
now you
all
suddenly expect me to believe I am
There's
for
one I know
once
that
in your
shit.
life.
Really?
No, it's actually, it gets easy when you have a pack. Like Biscotti, who's my favorite.
It is obvious that no
They
matter
listen,
what
if
I
they're listening,
I
they
have
know.
already
So
locked down
my
the
Biscotti's my
key,
favorite.
its
She's the second
reactors.
one, and she's like the
Let's see how
pack leader.
far.
It's easier with a pack. Like, I'll bring in a dog. Once Biscotti shows them what to do,
Spend the rest of my
insane.
life
They
in
just
the break.
all right, we all go. We all go in this room now. We all go time to go
That's
outside.
more
They all
like
go,
it,
just
Brooke.
follow her.
Really?
Crazy. She's like the pack little.
If you want
pack
something,
leader.
And for them to be able to pack like that, do they have to be the same breed of dog or anything?
Nope. Nope. There's a
Part of
couple
it,
tricks
yeah.
that you do for it.
Fine.
If you're going to introduce a
You
new
win.
dog in the house, it's better to
Standing down the
have
ramp.
the dog in the house by
Well, you
itself for a
haven't
day,
come to lock me
and then when the dogs come home, the dog's there. So it's like a great trick that we had found out in the beginning. So I'll send the dogs away to daycare or whatever, and they'll sleep out, and then we'll have the dog make it move around the house or whatever. They come home, there's a dog in the house. That's it. It's insane. You know, it's just okay. They're part of the family. That's it.
And do they have any like racial or kind of territorial issues between them, the animals?
Just when it's time to go to bed.
Wow.
Who sleeps where? Yeah. Because we have a king bed, and my wife's on one side, and then little Pignoli, who's like, I got a picture of Pignoli. I'll show
Yeah,
you.
get that animal out here, bro. Or you could draw it too. I wish I had some ink out
this
here.
is I just want your reaction when you see Pignoli, because Pignoli's something special. But Pignoli's in our rotating spot. We have a fifth dog spot, which is the senior spot, and that's Pignoli.
Whoa, huh? Pignoli, you're working freelance, huh?
Pignoli's got one up, yeah.
Pignoli used to work on the highway, huh?
Pignoli's got one. Wow, boy. It's basically roadkill. That's just rolling around my house. Sweetest dog in the world, man. Super cuddly. But they found her in a tenement building, just all matted in the lobby, living under the stairs. So they think it just came out of somebody's apartment and whatever. But she's got no teeth. She's deaf, blind, one eye, a little bit of dementia.
Oh wow!
So, yeah,
take her to one of these restaurants.
No, I've got it. We're great. But she's super cute and cuddly. So we like to, for the senior dog, we just kind of give him a good way out. Like we had a couple times before this that one lasted 7 months, one lasted a year and a little bit, and Pignoli we have for about, what do I got Pignoli, 2 months now? Yeah, about 2 months now. So
have you? This is the last question I have. So, have you noticed like that,
The controls
like
for
your
the bomb
success and stuff?
are in the
Was there any
briefing room.
point in your career where you felt like it started to kind of change you, and you had to kind of like see what was going on with yourself, or was there like where you got like?
No, I think
not in a bad way.
No,
but just in a way. 'Cause
Anyway,
it's yeah. It's a huge thing, man.
There's a thing about when you become famous and strangers want your time and energy.
Right.
And you have a family. I think that was a thing for me. Like, it's like, and I still struggle with that. Me and my wife are very open and honest about it. I don't know. Like, when I have my daughter with me, if you see me when I'm out with my family, you don't get to see me when I'm not with my family.
Right.
Because I'm trying to be protective of my family unit. You know, and this is spend time and energy with them, you know. So I think that's the one thing that I've always been trying to figure out. And my wife, I wasn't trying to be famous.
Right.
When we met and got married. Like, I wasn't doing this. You know, when we got together, I got married, we were in it, but when we got together, I was just a salesman. So this kind of got thrusted upon her as well to be like, oh, your husband's going to be famous now.
Yeah.
So now you have to share him with the world. So
She's like, I fucking, yeah.
you know,
I was
like,
just trying to get 20% off.
That's it. You know, I know. I'm looking for a coupon. You know, now she's got to deal with this. So I think that's probably the biggest challenge. But the good thing about getting famous together with your friends is everybody keeps each other in check.
Yeah.
You know how you are with your boys. Somebody
could
gets
see
out of
that.
line, you smack them and go, what are you doing?
Yeah, I could see that. Well, that's one thing that's neat about improv, and one thing that's a little bit different about stand-up, you're just kind of by yourself a lot.
Dinner takes
So
all
with
these
improv, or
difference,
with
is
your
it not?
group, you know, with the Tenderloins and with the Jokers and stuff, you guys have that group.
Yeah, the group mentality helps because if somebody starts going their own way, it's like, come back in.
Biscotti's like, hey.
Biscotti brings it back in. I'm a Biscotti goes out and says, come on, get back in here for a second. You know,
Joe, thank you so much. Is it Gatto or Gatto?
Gatto. Yeah, Gatto. This was great, man. I really appreciate it.
Dude, thank you so much, man. You've always been just one of the. Every time I see you, I just remember what a kind soul you are. So I appreciate you coming, man.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's an honor. And yeah, you guys have so many friends, dude. How do you? Everybody I know is y'all's friends.
We're from the guys. Yeah, you know, we try to, you know, that's why I like coming out to LA when I'm out in LA, like, especially if I'm able to get together some social stuff, I try to make sure I see, and there's some people I like to see when I'm out here because it's good to keep in contact with people. Like I said earlier, you know, there's a commonality between us that it's kind of fun, and I'm enjoying that. Like, I'm being in the comedy world with people that make me laugh and stuff. We have cool opportunities, like to have people work with us and work with people, you know, it's fun.
Yeah, it's cool, man. Yeah, it's a good point, dude. I love it, man. Well, I'm grateful that you came here today.
Can I ask you for one favor?
Yeah.
My cousin Michael Polano is a huge fan of yours.
He is?
Yes, he's a huge fan.
Michael Polano?
Michael Polano.
Wait, he works on your show?
Yeah, he's my cousin and he's a cameraman.
Because now, isn't it true that you guys now have everybody from your neighborhood and family working on your show?
Such nepotism. We're literally like, it's so many like people. Well, so many people work for us for free for so many years. So I was like, had to be like, you know.
I love that though. It's so great. Michael Polano, huh?
Yeah.
That hitter, bro. We'll have to send him something nice.
He
man.
wanted to, I actually almost flew him out here to come. He's a teacher.
Where and where?
He's in Jersey.
Where at?
Ocean Township High School.
I'm supposed to be in Sayersville coming up sometime soon. I don't know how far away that is.
No, it's not that far.
It isn't?
Yeah. And he said to say gang gang.
He did?
Yeah.
Oh, gang, gang. That's it, man. What does he teach, dude?
He teaches television production.
Does he?
Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome, bro.
He
must
got a scheme going on there, man. It's great. What a scheme. It's great, all the kids there.
Mr. Palanco, that's his name?
Polano.
Mr. Polano.
Yeah.
That's
Man,
awesome,
Michael,
man. I would take his class.
Yeah, he'd be a good teacher.
Michael, I'd be in there. Gang, gang, Mike. Thank you for sending Joe my way, Michael. I appreciate it, man. And whenever I get over there to Jersey, I'll have to pop in.
Yeah.
You know, pop into the class. That might be cool.
Oh, they would lose their mind. You kidding me?
That'd be crazy.
Yeah, you don't have to do all that. But,
well, now I've kind of sentenced myself.
No, I mean, I did come all the way here from New York. You know?
All right. We'll figure it out, man. We'll make something work.
I love you, dude. You're awesome.
Love you too, man. Thank you so much, bro.
You got it.
Now I'm just floating on the breeze, and I feel I'm falling like these leaves. I must be cornerstone. Oh, but when I reach that ground, I'll share this piece of mind I found. I can feel it in my bones, but it's gonna take a little time for me to set that parking brake and let myself unwind. Shine that light on me.
The controls for the bomb?
I'll sit and tell you
Get this up.
Today's episode is one of the funniest men, maybe in the planet, and maybe even on other planets. We don't really know what he's doing with his spare time. You know it. He's one of the wonderful hosts of Your Mom's House podcast. He's a conspirator. He's a comedian, and he's a confidant, I think. Give it up for our guest today on This Past Weekend is Mr. Tom Segura.
That's a good artist too, by the way. The
Yeah.
logo.
Somebody did. I don't even know who did that.
Really?
Do you start to get amazed at like the level of interaction you get from your listeners? That's like
unbelievable. And then sometimes a real fucking all-star will send you something. Holy shit! Like song. We have a lot of song submissions.
Yeah.
So people sometimes fuck around on like what's it called? Like
SoundCloud.
Yeah, but no, the Apple one. You know what I'm talking about? I can't think of the name. But anyways, GarageBand, and you could tell that it's like, you know, they just loop something once. And you're like, okay, it's like, but sometimes like a music composer will make something. Jesus Christ, this is like a real song that you made. And they're like, yeah, that's what I do.
Like Chopin or like a Mozart or something. Somebody's like, wow.
Yeah, it's impressive. And artists too. I'm most impressed with the artists. And I think a lot of the Photoshop people are hilarious. That comedy content collective is like a group of them together. Dude, so funny. They make, memes, videos.
Oh yeah.
They're so funny. They're
Hats
so good.
too. One guy sent us a bunch of hats. So
sometimes they make, they'll make shit for us.
Some guys made me children's clothes. I've gotten some strange stuff sent in. Neat things. Some things are great. Like we got a guy that sends us these candles.
That's great.
Yeah. And sometimes it gets a little wild. Like somebody chiseled something into some deer feces or something like in a certain place and brought it.
We got some poop, some dried poop.
Yeah.
I don't like, it's so nice when people bring you things when you're on the road and they're like, I have this for you. It's a 6x4 foot bat carved with your name. I'm like, I gotta fly home, man.
Yeah.
And they're like,
yeah, they don't think about
cool.
that.
I'm like, I can't bring this. If I don't like it, I'll take it because I'm not just gonna bring it.
Right.
But if I really like it, I'm like, will you please ship this to me, dude?
Yeah.
Because I'd like to have this.
Oh, that's nice.
know?
That's a good way to think to do it.
But ship the thing if it's a big, right? Like a
Yeah. Oh, yeah. If it's real big, I'm trying to think of interesting things. It's definitely some heavy stuff. That's been the craziest thing.
Yeah.
Some guy did a bronze bust. He said it was a mink. It looked kind of like a black mink. Which is fine.
Yeah, sure.
And it's but I wasn't ready. I would go Latino before I go black. That's me personally, but I was.
You are part Latino,
right? But I go full. I'm
Oh.
talking about having a pistol, being on a fucking animal's back. You know.
Go.
I'm talking about
Everything else for me.
drinking aloe vera, dude.
Yeah,
under
okay.
a fucking wagon somewhere.
Okay.
You know what I'm talking about?
Okay, por la vida. Yeah, okay, yeah.
For life, papa.
Yeah,
you
yeah,
know?
yeah. ¿Qué tal tu español? Bien?
Nada mucho.
What?
Yeah.
I was told you speak Spanish.
I speak enough to survive, and probably I speak enough to work in the kitchen.
Oh, I got you.
But I'm practicing.
Por lo sal. And you're like,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah. More like yeah. Por lo sal. More salt.
Yeah.
Yeah. Chicharrones, eh?
Chicharrones, eh?
Yeah.
Sí, güey.
Yeah, dude. And violencia too. But I would love to do a tour like in Spanish-speaking countries. If I'm able to get my Spanish good and well enough, would you let me go on tour with you in a Spanish?
Howdy.
I'm trying to organize, and the answer is yes. And I'm trying to organize it for sometime in 2020. Do like a few shows. Yeah.
Wow, I need a couple more years then. So I'm talking maybe.
Well, I'll do it then too. But I mean,
but
like I did a Spanish show here in LA, and yeah, I tell you, I haven't been that nervous since like 10, 11 years. Yeah. And I was like, I wrote stuff out. I just, I don't write shit out now. You just kind of go up. I had little notes, but I was typing stuff out in person. And I even had a part where I really stumbled, But the advantage is this. The advantage is like I was on a Spanish-speaking show, and everybody is like a native Latin person. So then they're like, oh, this American's coming up. So then you actually buy yourself favor because they're like, you're not supposed to be able to do it, So I think that helped me with the crowd because they're like, this fucking.
I could see that.
White boy's gonna do it, And then you start. Once you start and you hit a couple jokes, they're like, hey, it's great. It's like, I don't know.
Was it? Did you feel as masterful, and not to say that you're a master, but I mean obviously you're very good at your craft. You've worked really hard. Did you feel as
proficient?
Yes.
No, of course not. Wow. No, it's scary, which is like, but that's kind of the exciting part, right? Because I was like, I kind of knew how I was gonna start, but then in English, if you stumble, it's just something about your own language. Like you can recover. Make fun of yours, and if you're not, my Spanish used to be like I would say 9 out of 10, almost 10 out of 10.
I was just,
but I mean, like I was.
That's better than a lot of Mexican people I've met here in LA.
That's true.
I'm not even joking, especially second generation.
Totally. But I mean, when I went to school, in Spain, and like I'm going to classes and writing term papers, I was dreaming in Spanish. You get like really proficient.
Duerme, huh?
Yeah, exactly.
Suerto.
Good luck, okay?
Suerte.
Is
I
luck,
believe congratulations are in order.
Sueño,
yeah.
But as much as I'd like to begin the
celebration,
celebration, on that note,
I was on the most
Reports are coming in right now. Delgado and Shinya Voss have been taken into custody. Also, we've transferred personnel to the key to secure the location until the United Colonies decides
if you don't use it.
And what about Neva Mora?
That's the tricky part.
According to our reports, Neva led the strike force that attacked the Vigilance. Unfortunately, that was the last we saw of her.
If I go do it, I'm gonna be the American.
We don't know her current whereabouts.
Yes.
So like
right. So they're already going to be excited that you're even trying.
Exactly. I think that's a big advantage. And if you were to do it, it's the same thing.
I don't know what to say.
An American person's coming here to do this.
About you, I can understand that. The duel.
Honestly, I have no idea how you kept it all together.
Well, let me let you in on a bit of a surprise. I've twisted arms and cashed in some favors at Mast. I wanted to make sure you got a share of the money you recovered from the legacy. Call it a reward, a token of appreciation, whatever the hell you want. But you've absolutely earned every credit.
Eliminating the fleet is reward enough. But I will certainly not complain about the extra credits.
Well, yes, I believe it did. But even if the money is ever returned to its rightful owner, don't thank me yet. If it had been completely up to me, you'd get a lot more than they're giving you.
Now that you're rich and famous, maybe...
Decorum, Lieutenant? Damn, I'm going to be really sorry to see you go. You've really become an important part of our team. It won't be the same around here without you.
Although, if you feel like staying aboard, I'm sure I could give you access to the SysDef mission board. That is, if...
Excellent. I'm happy we have... Anyway, enough talk. You've earned a break, and I'm sure you wish to celebrate. Here's your promised reward. And wherever you might find yourself, my best wishes travel with you.
Once news of the fleet's... Excellent. It's amazing that... It just goes to show you. Anything else? Are you kidding me? It makes me sick. Have any more? Cost overrun. I'll send this to Mass. Find anything else? Benjamin Bayou. Bringing us proof? Any other fragments? All that wealth. That it? So, I'll have the records updated, but... Anything else? Understood. I'll be here if you have any more questions. This was a victory for the entire side.
Renegade.
Oh, Your timing is most fortuitous. You have no idea how Of course, now that I understand, the tertiary trunks have also liquefied their interiors, but they're listening. It means it is ready to reproduce. I believe this tree, as of yet, my thoughts precisely. Now, as of yet, there has been, while it can't be, over 100 years ago, the United Colonies and the Freestar Collective emerged from the, as a gesture of peace and goodwill, nice, short-sighted and ill-advised, in my opinion. Clearly no exobotanists. Clever, but the tree died, yeah. If I had, we could then brought... The museum in Aquila City is under the sea. I don't know anything about her, but all right, off you.
You would think that deadly predators would have driven off settlers. Humans. We can be so stubborn.
Never ever go outside. Take a look around. How about I just show you?
you ask me, travel. Don't make me regret.
Not quite open today, but close enough for some specials.
Private sector.
Hi. Please feel free to have a look around. It's the reason I started this place. Everything you see here is a piece of Aquila City's history. That is not... I assume you're somehow associated with the United... Most in the collective aren't overly fond of MAST or the UC in general. Lost a cousin. Well, I'm afraid you've wasted your time because I'm not off. That includes... Sorry.
Hello, love.
Welcome to the Co-Heritage Museum. I offer a brief tour and I'm happy... I hear what you're saying. Now you're just trying to confuse... Huh. A disaster befalling New... Handing over that brand. I guess it... I'm glad... I can't believe I'm doing this.
Approaching ship. You've entered Freestar Collective space. Maintain your current course while we scan for contraband. Scan complete. Go ahead and land.
You for a cup of coffee right about now.
You didn't hear this from me, but those ecliptic mercenaries...
Here for some blend? Can't blend. Let's drink in the settled system.
No, not today. Just picking up some ears.
Oh, well, suit yourself for your loss.
Haven't seen the Leech in a while.
I gotta tell you, land is the best. Your secret safe to eat. What are the secret ingredients, huh?
But there's no way I'm telling you how it's made. It's much of a secret if I go around telling you.
Oh, come on. It's not that big of a deal, right? Just tell me.
Don't push your luck. Ingredients will stay a goddamn secret. Now leave me alone.
What's up?
Hey there. Well, no problem. Thanks for stopping by our shop.
Accessories for all your hectic needs.
The problem with the companies you always have to perform. They don't deliver the kind
Personal treatment products. Hey, keep your nose clean. B&E or heaven forbid.
Take it easy.
Hello, my friend. Certainly, my friend. I hope you have a glorious day, my friend.
Yeah?
I mean, interested in some of your mining gear, but I'm gonna need a discount.
I'm sorry, my friend, but prices are set in stone. I'm afraid I cannot provide any discounts. So glad you stopped by. Nothing would make me. Farewell, my friend. And tell everyone we have plenty of...
Not sure of those.
Hey there.
You good?
I gotta tell you, man, blend is the best. Come on. Your secret's safe with me. What are the secret ingredients, huh?
Glad you like it, but there's no way I'm telling you how it's made. The secret, if I go around telling.
Oh, come on. It's not that big of a deal, right? Just tell me.
Don't push my luck. Ingredients will stay a goddamn secret. Now leave me alone.
I think if you are free soon, could we talk? In the end, you chose the UC over the Crimson Fleet. Do you believe that was the right choice? I can respect that. I am no supporter of the... Did getting that close to Delgado and the fleet make it difficult? Nor do I think you should be, but in this case, I believe you. It would be foolish to think, though, that we have seen the last of the Crimson Fleet. That is true. Life has not suddenly been made easier for everyone, despite... For now, you should enjoy.
Aquila City has what we need. Have you paid a visit to Miss Cat? Yes, yes, of course. Now, right, so we'll feed in a sample. Now the program will incorporate the genetic and chemical makeup of the sample, extrapolating the size and structure of the original tree. This was put together rather hastily, so complete accuracy is impossible. But I'm hoping it's enough. And best hope for a positive solution to this mess. So... Oh, I'm quite certain I've been forced to listen to this. We don't have time to go through the proper... I have no doubt that you...
It's important that the people...
We've done it! I'm already seeing reductions in this... I can hardly believe... I don't know! We've been in uncharted... With the immediate crisis, hopefully... And certainly, I'll be... And you have saved it. You have my gratitude, and that of every citizen in New Atlantis. Though they don't know it.
Consortium, or Galbank. Again, the customer satisfaction survey of New Atlantis businesses.
I am legally required to remind you that management ain't responsible on account of something bad happening to you in here. You buying? You better be buying. First of all, I didn't ask. Second, don't blow smoke up. Down here? Like that's somehow different from other bars? What? Yeah? Well, bye.
Nice to meet you.
No loitering, okay? Happy to make a deal if I can. Take care.
By the way, Captain. Hey, no funny stuff with that boost pack.
I'm telling you, Bianchi, something's wrong with the boots you sold me. I wear them to the metro. Suddenly, the shuttle runs late. I buy a cup of coffee, and the barista screws up my order. It's like I'm walking under ladders with a broken mirror in my pocket. And the only time it happens is when I'm wearing your boots.
So, what do you want me to do about it?
I want a damn refund.
Fine. Fine. I'll take the boots back. Just don't tell anyone you bought them from here. Personally, I think daylight's overrated. Ugh, again? Take your time. I got all day. Watch your back out there.
Hello there.
Oh, I got contacts all over. Absolutely. Ugh, right. She's at the boots might rip. It doesn't matter if you... Hey, you're a pilot, right? I've heard of a U system. You go there and stash these boots. Finally. Here, I'll have your...
I suppose that is ours now. Eh?
Take your time. I got all day. Hey, take it easy.
By the way, Captain, Sergeant News. Having a good one?
Think about if there's something you need, of course, of course. Of course, of course. Pleasure dealing with you.
The Trade Authority does quite well for itself down here. And clearly they share little of the credits they make.